Good morning, everyone. I'll call us back to order at this time. Mr. Combs, got you down to do the invocation this morning, sir.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another beautiful day. Lord, we thank you for all the blessings of life. Lord, forgive us when we take you so much for granted, for the things you do for us, and forgive us when we fail you and sin against you. Lord, we just pray now that as we start this meeting, Lord, that everything we do and say here today will be for the betterment of Nash County and the citizens of our county, Lord, and that we do it in a way that's pleasing in your sight. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Before we start, I'd just like to really make a couple comments about yesterday's meeting, particularly on the school funding needs. I just, as chairman, really appreciate everybody's participation in that discussion. I think we took a big step yesterday, quite frankly, in hopefully engaging in a moving forward where we can help our school system. I do want to ask staff, Mr. Lamb, if you would look into this purpose and function finance, and that's something that I just was not quite aware of. I remember the wording from some time back, but I just think our board would have a lot of interest in that if you would get the information whenever you get it and share it with us, what the steps would be to look into that. And I think we've got a school board now that would be receptive for the most part of the school board to us engaging in that for a period of time. It didn't have to be permanent until we have a comfort level that things have been managed like they should be there. So I just, again, like to say I appreciate everybody's participation yesterday. I think it was a very big step in the right direction. We are going to get a few comments about it naturally, but I've had several calls this morning already from teachers' families thanking us for what we did. I'm sure y'all have too. So I just think we did the right thing. And with that said, anybody else wish to say anything? I'll get us started.
Well said.
Mr. Lance?
Okay. Today we need, on the agenda, we got commissioner discussion on the capital expansion request and the position reclassifications. I would ask, before we talk about that, of course, the jail's been in the news lately, and a few months ago we started taking federal inmates. I think we're averaging like 19 federal inmates, and we're getting revenues from that, and I would request that this, and so far this year we've got about 70,000. We're anticipating about 140. Next year we're budgeting as a revenue 280 for those federal prisoners. Now this is a contract the sheriff signed with the federals, but I would like for this board to designate staff to allocate 50% of all those revenues towards operational costs. I think that's fair. Operational costs is probably a little more than 50% when you look at prisoners and food and all that. And then designate the other 50% for a jail repair fund. So, and I'd like to get the board to direct me to do this. I think it's something. Does that sound good to you, Donna?
Yes, and would that include plumbing and things like that as well? Anything that happens at the detention center?
Anything that we have at the detention center, but we'll build it up hopefully, and just have, as long as we have federal prisoners, 1/2 of that money will go towards repairs at the jail.
What's it gone to so far?
It's just in the
Just
sitting there as a revenue, full amount of the revenue sitting there, right?
Right.
It's a line item as a revenue.
So it's just funds that come in to pay for the
federal prisoners.
Federal prisoners stay there with no stipulations on
Right.
the fund.
I mean, we could just keep it in the hodgepodge in the general fund and not allocate any of it for anything, and just, add it to our revenues. But I'm saying, since it is a clear source of funds, and I'd like for half of it to go to the county to pay for operational costs at the jail, half of it to go towards, jail
Capital
improvements.
My only thought, Mr. Lamb, would be, we have determined that the true cost is really about 2/3 of those funds, and maybe 1/3 is beyond the true cost. Would we not be better to put 2/3 in the general fund, so we're not running a deficit on those as it relates to general operations, and take 1/3 and put it in a capital account designated for the jail?
I would not object to that.
So that way, just the way relationship we have, we won't be told years and years ahead that we are making half of that money to put into jail versus what the true cost is. I think, you see what I'm saying, Wayne? I think we'd be better off to take what is beyond what is actually costing us day to day. Maybe, and that's roughly a 1/3, 30%, whatever you want to do.
I'd be fine with that.
I don't think you're gonna have any problem spending the other third on
No.
Absolutely
needs
not.
in the jail.
And we would probably have to supplement that third.
And I
Oh,
think
you will.
you should be tracking that, I know you
Yeah,
will.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, if I could have, if y'all would just make a motion or, directing us to do that, that'd be great.
Is that a budget thing, or you just want a motion saying that?
Oh, we can do it Monday, but, if
I'm
you
just
wanna do it
asking
now.
Tell us, Donna, she's thinking.
I'm just trying to figure out if we want to have a separate capital fund specifically for that, and then I'd do a capital project for it, move the revenues out, or if we reserve it within the general fund specifically for capital.
That's, I don't care.
If I can bring this to the board on Monday,
Give you time to think about it.
give me time to
Okay.
think about it.
Sounds good. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
I guess the next thing is the expansion request, on,
What page we need to flip to?
that's page 3, I believe. Let me see. Wait, I'm sorry. Page 4, no, 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4, okay. Yesterday, the tax office requested another vehicle, or 2 vehicles. Any discussion on that?
Just a brief comment. We talked about a little bit buying used vehicles, et cetera. If we can truly buy these compact SUVs for $22,500 each, I would think it would be wise for us, if we're gonna approve these vehicles, to buy the new vehicles, because that's a heck of a price for the vehicles, and just start fresh with them. I spent some time this morning early running a per mile cost on some of Brian's stuff. Sorry about that. You can just see that as the miles get up on vehicles, the money you spend on them is certainly goes up at a pretty parallel rate. So I think we'd be wise just to stick with the new vehicles at 22.5. I know they said that wasn't exact, but you seem to think, Donna, that was reasonably close anyway.
Yeah.
But that's just my only thought. It's apparent that they need the vehicles, I think, from the presentation yesterday. How does everybody else feel?
I feel like they need it.
Well, they're not emergency vehicles.
They are.
So it's not like, you off running an emergency call, and if you break down, you got a big issue with that. But I'm just thinking, with all the vehicles that we turn over every year, and knowing the mileage I've got on my own vehicle, I realize that mileage is not like the mileage that is run up on these vehicles, but is there any opportunity to use any of these vehicles? There's a
You got to remember too, Wayne, these vehicles spend more time running, sitting still, than they do running. You can't count mileage.
Not tax,
Not tax.
not the tax office.
EMS.
We're talking about tax,
Right,
I agree with you on
Yeah.
EMS. But
But I kinda agree with Rob, if you can buy a new one for 22.5, why are you gonna mess with something that's got 70,000, 80,000 miles on it that you might pay $3,000 for transmission for and stuff like that?
Well,
And
the
these,
other-
I understand these vehicles would most likely come with warranty. You're,
They
Yeah.
would, they'd have a 3-year warranty, and Wayne, the hand-me-downs that we get are generally from the sheriff's office.
Right.
Which are probably getting 10, 11 miles a gallon.
Yeah.
And I know you're very sensitive to that, and you get these small SUVs, you might can make the payments on the fuel savings on them, possibly.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I just throw that out if there's any
Sure.
opportunity there.
Mhm.
I do think one thing we could do with a lot of these sheriff vehicles that, we're replacing, I think we need to consider putting one at each school. Just setting them out there, yeah, to be
That
visible.
100%.
And,
Yep.
you know, and that's another discussion for another day as far as security
Great
at
idea.
schools. But that's one thing we could do with some of them is put them out there.
And at least move it
Get some use out of
occasionally,
them.
so it's not like some of those hotels on 301.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll, go forward with those two vehicles at 45,000.
Zeke, I'd kinda like to hear, before we discuss what the staff thoughts are, I know y'all spent more time on this than we have, so if you would, just give us your feelings or the staff's feelings as you go through them. If you want to, if you don't, that's fine,
Yeah.
we'll make the decision, but I think it's good to hear from y'all, 'cause y'all gonna know more than we
I
do.
always give you my opinion when requested. If you want me to automatically give my opinion, I will, but,
Well, that's up to the board.
Look, can I ask a question?
yeah.
Have you not already been through these things with the department heads and kinda filtered it down to,
Not necessarily.
but you've been through it with
Some
them?
things we eliminated, but these are things that I may or may not have agreed with. Just because they're on this list doesn't mean I
Agree with it.
agree with it.
I just, I'm kinda feeling like there ain't a lot on this list that they don't need. You know what I'm saying?
It's a few
There
things.
may be an area or two that we really need to look at, but I think most of them needed, and to take them one by one, or we just in repetition? Go ahead,
Probably not.
go ahead, but,
But back to your opinion, I think your opinion is always welcome by this board.
Absolutely.
I thought we told you that in the evaluation.
We did, didn't we?
We sure did.
we don't have to agree with you, but it's back.
The next item is the maintenance facilities vehicle, and I would recommend that be approved.
There again, if we can buy a crew cab four-wheel drive truck for $31,300, and I'm paying almost $50 for them. And I know with this new water system we got put on, what we're putting on, we're gonna have a whole lot more area to cover in the maintenance side of it, so I think we definitely should do.
As we go through these, have you calculated the savings that we would have with any of these items?
We went through
Well,
and.
you probably hadn't had enough time, but that's something you
Right.
would do.
Right.
So just to use a number, 50 may actually be 35, and whatever it is, you'll net it all out, and we'll know the final impact of that.
Right.
Okay.
In the aggregate, you're saying, all of them together?
Well, I'm-
Individual?
Yeah, I'm just saying that yesterday, the comment was made, and it's an accurate comment, that we're saving on maintenance, et cetera, if we buy this
Okay.
vehicle.
Oh,
So
I got you.
that
Yeah.
vehicle may cost X amount, but you've got to net out.
Yeah, I got you now. Next thing is public buildings, the elevator rehab. It seems like a lot of money, but, for repairing an old, or putting all new parts in an old one. But I don't think we have a choice. I think we have had, different issues with that elevator as expressed yesterday, and I hate to do it, but it's a lot of money, but, I think we need to make sure that elevator is up to date.
You looking at me, I reckon
No,
I'm
no, I'm
supposed to
looking
say
at all of
something.
you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm
You
supposed to
don't
say
hear
something.
nothing, we good.
I mean, but I'm not, no, I guess I am looking at you because you're a building person. I mean, can we
Well-
do it cheaper than that? Can we?
No doubt that we can't ignore an elevator that needs work. I mean, it's a safety issue, as much as anything else, and we've been told for about a couple of years that it needs some attention. I really don't understand the price. I just did one, at the building we were in last year. That elevator was shaky at the time we were in it. We just completed back in December, completely redoing that elevator, and we spent $67,000, and it's 3 floors like this one is. So I don't understand the price. I'm gonna get with Jonathan on that and see, and I gave him the name of the elevator company's contact, and this is one of them. I'm sure he got competitive prices. There's something I'm missing, because I think it's about double what it should be, but I'm sure it's just something I'm missing. So I'll just commit that I'll talk to Jonathan about it, but there's no question, we can't take a chance in not doing it, and I don't think we need to put it off again.
Is it completely out of use?
No, it's still working.
I believe it's still working.
But it was the other day. when I
It's
was
broken
over there.
down like pretty regularly.
Yep.
Well,
And it's not a good feeling to get in an elevator that stops between floors. That one at the bank, I actually ended up in there with the elevator inspector and it quit.
Even worse if you got a prisoner in there, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right, I hadn't thought about that. Of course, there shouldn't be no prisoners in this elevator
Not
anymore.
anymore. There used to be in that
But it had
elevator.
been, yeah.
well, what figure should we,
I think you need to leave the figure alone, because
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable enough that he hadn't done all he could do with it.
okay. Anybody have any objection? It's pretty to be ADA and everything compliant. The plumbing rebuilds, you see 112,000. We presented it yesterday. We could do it over 2 years. We could do it all one time. We could do half of it in the current budget year. We could do, I think we need to do them. It's just the timetable, that we need to do them.
All you do, if you do it in 2 years, you just kick half of it down the road. So
That's right.
Yeah.
what difference does it? I'd do it.
Do
It
it.
probably take 2 years to get it done anyway, the way things move
Yeah,
around.
That's what I
Well, you
said
got one
yesterday.
that you're still working on this year, that's still in progress, so I just put them in both of them in next year's budget and get it done.
Okay. The lights at, Spring Hope, I'm good with those.
Yeah, you get reimbursed for that in a sense anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
7,000 a year.
In a sense,
It's a no cost
you
really.
can't spend that money but one time, and I'm sure we spent it several times.
The next 4 items that are related to Miracle Park, I recommend we go forward with them.
I don't see how you can't, the park's gonna go online, it certainly need to be maintained.
Voting machines, I think we're getting a good price there, good set off for our existing machines, and 2020's upon us, and I think we had told them over the last 3 or 4 years, their board, I met with them several times, that we would do something before 2020. They wanted to do something a couple years ago, but we put them off, and I'm glad we did, because price has really come down, so. Any objection to going forward with voting?
This is the first year of a 3-year replacement. Keep that in mind, because you gotta do this for 2 more years. You're doing 10, but you got 30. So I assume you'll do 10 next year and 10 the following
The
year.
voting machines?
Oh,
No, I'm talking
Oh,
about,
okay.
I'm talking about the MIS. I thought we'd gone
Oh,
beyond
I'm
voting
No,
machines.
we on vote machines right on.
Okay, if no objection to the voting machines, MIS, looking to do 10 of 30 switches this year for 35. the management system and cyber recovery. You know, counties really are being hit more and more with ransomware, and it's hit home in North Carolina. Probably been 5 or 6 counties that have been attacked successfully. So there does need to be some upgrades, whether we need to do it all next year.
My thought was, gee, what was y'all's thoughts be on, let's do the first 2 items, and since the last one is a completely new item that we don't have at all, according to the questions we asked yesterday, get that done and then put that on the list for next year. Would that be a reasonable approach?
I believe so. It's the third thing though is the vault. That would be an extra backup for all our data.
The third thing is?
I thought so.
Cyber recovery
Yep.
data.
Cyber
Yeah.
It's the
recovery.
vault.
I don't know that you need to prolong that. I mean, well, y'all
Yeah, I think we need,
staff think.
I think we need to go.
I'm okay with waiting on the last thing, but I just,
Are we sure that's the vault? 'Cause
Yes.
that ain't what, okay. I know so little about it, so you know more than I do.
The third item, the cyber recovery data domain for 63,000, that is the additional backup.
Okay.
That's the data backup.
So that's what it is, not
This is
necessarily security,
data
but the
backup.
data backup.
Yeah.
it seems like a lot of money to have a backup.
We've never had that, so
Seems like a lot of money, but systems
get
getting
rent
compromised,
ransom.
I don't know, I, whatever y'all think, but I just know it's a problem.
Right.
well, if I understand it right, this has nothing to do with somebody getting in our system. This is just a backup, an additional backup to go somewhere different. Is
So
that-
if our
In case-
data was compromised
Well,
and
you-
our cloud backups were compromised, this would be an on-site backup that
It's clean again.
that is clean. And I guess they're looking at different ways that people get in the systems.
So it's the same
And-
thing as for many years running our business. My bookkeeper would carry a CD with her home every night,
Right.
bring it back the next day, carry it home every night.
That's right,
Okay, so that's what it's doing.
right. Then this is just on a
Whatever
much
the
larger
board thinks
scale.
It's something I know so little about, I don't even
I
need to
don't
be
know much
talking.
about it either, but if they get access to your data, you can pay a big price.
Yeah,
Yep.
Well, this don't help you with them getting access to
Well,
your data.
I think it helps prevent that.
Well, it just allows you to recover a lot
Yeah,
quicker.
it doesn't help prevent it, it just gives you a clean sheet somewhere else that's not compromised, so you can start it over again.
I don't know.
Right, Sue?
That's right.
Okay.
She did mention yesterday that the second project, the case endpoint,
Right,
that would result in a savings of $13,250.
$13,500, right?
Okay.
Maybe I made, yeah.
I agree with
$250.
13,250.
I wrote 500, but I
I
ain't gonna
read
argue with 200.
It don't matter, it don't matter, but
Yep.
Again, all that would be netted against it if you
Right.
approve it.
I stand down.
So, everything, all 3 requests?
The only thing in going through this, I'd like for us not to do is not approve everything in one department. If we end up like that, I'd rather share the, savings against multiple departments, but keep on going with it.
Okay.
Then we'll see how it turns out. Comment? Don't be bashful.
No, I'm good.
Next matter is the audio-visual upgrade. We've gotten some more quotes. The best quote was $98,000. Do we have that information?
This is
Yeah.
going,
Gonna be here at 1.
coming
She's
in
gonna come for
1
lunch,
o'clock.
and then at 1 o'clock,
Oh,
gonna present
okay.
information to them about what this 98,000 includes.
Okay, I got you. Well, I'm gonna recommend that we do this upgrade. I think it will, it's a comprehensive upgrade, just not the the TVs in the room, but also all the equipment.
The equipment that Jonathan works with and everything, I mean, it seems like
Right.
it's a whole lot to me.
It's a lot, but we are at least able to get 50,000 of it paid for with the PEG money.
Can you tell us again what PEG money is?
Public education
and
grant.
government.
Yeah,
Yeah.
public education,
So is all of this
It's for
going,
broadcasting.
and, yeah,
is all of this going to provide, is this gonna be provided that you have a bigger screen where people can see what we
you're
reviewing?
gonna have 90-inch
So it'll
TVs
be more visible than it is
with,
now.
Reticulating,
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 yeah,
What
that
was that
word.
mean?
reticulating arms. They move.
They made me
Arms that
say
move.
it repeatedly.
On both sides, or
It did that, now, they did it like me.
is it gonna be on both sides
Both
like it is
sides.
now? Okay.
And there's some construction we're gonna have to do, up there, but, then all our monitors at our desks will be upgraded, they're 20 years old.
They're pretty bad.
Yeah, and then all the equipment, or most of the equipment in Jonathan's, room.
If we approve this, just if we would, add to look at that spotlight right above some offices, which is gonna make anything hard to see, cause it shines right down on my monitor
Okay.
and puts a glare on it, and we could put a directional shield on that same light that would get it off the monitor. I noticed all offices doesn't do that, but I think there's 2 or 3 offices that it happens to be right dead center.
So does that mean the net cost here is 48,000 and not 98?
Well, we have in reserve where we get money in for the broadcasting. We have, and I need to check the dollar amount, but I think we have about 50,000 in reserve to use for the broadcasting piece of that. So yes, the county's general fund, unassigned would be 48,000. That's what would come out of the general fund.
That makes it sound good.
Most of that a whole lot, about twice you
That
get on
makes it
that.
sound better.
I know I brought this up a little while back. I got a couple of complaints from people in the audits about our monitors.
Can't see 'em,
Can't
yeah.
see them. And we are, I think, already known as being ahead of the curve in what we provide public, and how we provide it, and the fact that we, all of our commissioners meeting and immediately have it available, and I understand, well, we probably just need to wait this out to do. There's a lot more to this than just getting those new monitors. It
Oh, yeah.
changes a whole lot of things, so we'll wait and see if you want.
Yeah, she's got a full description of all the improvements, and it's multi-page, so it's.
Why don't we hear that all
Yeah.
before we vote on
Well,
it?
since it's like it is, I think we probably would all be in agreement, just move ahead with it and hear what she's got to say.
Yeah, I'd still like to see what she's gonna present, so we'll know.
Yeah.
And this includes, what Jonathan might need to improve or enhance
Yeah,
what he's doing.
He's here if y'all wanna
Yeah.
ask him.
Well, I tell you, that, if you look at, what he does and the benefit we get out of that, it's a great promotion for Nash County, I tell
One
you.
thing it'll allow
Way ahead.
is
Yeah, we are.
live streaming.
Yeah.
I ain't
And
sure
it'll
I want
also
that.
make the turnaround, right now, he has to, once he films it, he has to go through these procedures. Whereas with this equipment, it'll be automatically,
Okay.
he can
So
immediately.
they'll go
relay.
over all that this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Any questions for Jonathan before this afternoon?
Let's just
Okay,
get
we'll do it
those
this
things
afternoon.
easy.
Okay, Sheriff's Office, he has bought, new vehicles with his federal money. I thought that he was gonna use federal money to buy vehicles, but he's also asking for 5 additional chargers with county dollars. The last 3, I do not recommend, because I do not recommend adding new positions. And the first 2,
Well, where are you at now?
Sheriff's Office.
All right, I know, but you talked about the vehicles.
Okay, the last 3 items, the 2, 2, and 2,
Oh, okay.
I don't recommend, because that's contingent upon y'all hiring additional deputies.
Okay.
It's just a matter of how many vehicles y'all want to pay for with county funds. There is on the next page a request to move from federal dollars to county dollars, a position, and I'm not in favor of that. I'm okay with him buying some additional vehicles, and whether 5's the right number or not,
So to make sure I understand, we are talking about, he's asking for 7 new vehicles.
Right,
2 of them are for 2 new positions.
right,
5 of them are replacements.
right.
And what did you say you were recommending?
That, with the last 3, we don't need those extra 2 unless you're gonna add 2 deputies.
Right.
And then, so really the issue is, like last year, how many county dollar vehicles do we want to buy?
Well, you said the last 2 or 3, but it's really just the last 2, or am I missing?
No, it's the last 3.
Last 3,
Last 3 items.
vehicles, equipment, and uniforms.
Last 3 items, okay, last 3, okay, I'm caught up, so that,
I'm sorry.
I got you.
I've got a question. Do you know how many total vehicles the sheriff's department has on the road? There's a long list in our
Yeah.
thing, but I didn't see it totaled up, the number.
I don't know if we've got the total.
58. It's up somewhere.
Yes, 49 cars, 12 trucks, and 27 SUVs.
Be told to give us.
Is there like a rolling replacement plan for those, or is this 5 the replacement plan for those vehicles?
In the past, they pretty much rotated vehicles out. Now we're getting less and less used vehicles from them. That's correct, isn't it, Melanie? He wants all his employees pretty much to have vehicles, including bailiffs and people that work in the courtroom and, so I think part of the theory is you have all these vehicles out in the community, it gives you a presence. What his current policy is on giving the county his excess vehicles, we just haven't been getting as many as I'm used to in the past and we're used to here in the past.
Does that depend on also how many he asks for every year, depending on how much federal money he gets to buy vehicles?
The federal money is totally based on their seizures and forfeiture by the federal courts. So that can change. That can
And
be.
there's been no real rhyme or reason when he buys vehicles with federal money. It just, when he gets a pot of money, he may decide he wants new vehicles for that money. And we really don't even get involved in that decision.
Right.
He
So
did-
the more money he gets and he buys vehicles with them, then the less he needs from us.
You would
Is
think.
that right?
You
Yeah.
would think.
About a year ago, he came to us and said he was gonna try to buy vehicles with the federal money. And he's done that. How many did he buy in the last?
I know he bought 7 just recently, and he'll get, I don't exactly have the number for this past year.
Well, the total number of vehicles adds up to 88.
Right.
I would like to know, with the number of employees he's got in the sheriff's department versus 88 vehicles, what is the norm for counties of our size and total sales value?
It depends on the policy of the county as far as whether you have shared vehicles or.
Well, I realize that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
If we
They don't share vehicles.
I understand that, but does he even have 88 employees?
Yeah, he's
Not
got.
jailers, but do we have 88 people in the
He's
sheriff's
got-
department?
He should.
How many?
How many? 58?
Is it 68 in the sheriff?
And that includes command staff
I thought.
and deputy and patrol officers?
That would include everybody, yes. Let's see.
But all of these vehicles are not just vehicles that they run on daily patrol. I mean, they've got to have some other vehicles that they use for special needs. I mean, you've got a listing of the vehicles.
Well, you got 88 cars,
Yeah.
or trucks, or SUVs.
Total, 88.
Total.
Yeah.
But if you got 68 employees, I don't quite comprehend that.
Well, that's 68. Let's see, well, you got your, jail, not jail, your, transports. You've got your, court security people who also serve papers.
But aren't they deputies?
It's a separate division.
Maybe what we could do is get some of your questions and then come back, because I hate to provide information that's not accurate
I agree
as we're
with you
doing
100%.
this.
I think what I'd like to know is how many employees the sheriff's department has that are non-jailers.
Mm-hmm.
And do the SROs have vehicles too, I think?
Yes.
But aren't they in the sheriff's department?
Yes, and that's why I just want to make sure that we're giving you
Okay.
accurate
Yeah.
numbers and it
That-
doesn't reflect that it looks like they have 20 extra vehicles.
Well, there's
and-
some reason why we buying vehicles, but yet the hand-me-downs have gone away almost. I don't know what that is.
My understanding is that the reason that hand-me-downs are gone away is because the timing that they're rotating them out, they're not useful to any other department. They're in such maintenance, bad repair, that it's not worth another department taking them on and doing the repairs to them.
But they are offered to
Does that-
us.
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
That's my understanding, because we ask when they replace one, what condition it's in. And if it's not in a condition that we feel like it's safe to put on the road for another employee,
Sure.
then we don't
I
allocate it
got
out.
that.
Well, if you look at the total vehicles though, Donna, based on that summary that you provided, there's, with the sheriff, the SRO, the jail, the court impact, there's over 100 vehicles.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't quite understand that.
There's 88 for the
I
sheriff,
think
and
we
then
need
there's
to
7 for
know.
SRO, and the jail has got 9, and then court impact is 1.
Right, and we have a list of number of employees, I just don't have it with me.
Can you just get that total number if it's 100 or whatever vehicles?
Mhm.
And then total employees,
Sure.
and then we probably can't do it.
We should be able to get that today. Can't, she can do some research or call down to the,
If you can even write it. That's how much is in each, excuse me.
Is there any asset forfeiture money available now that they could use to purchase the 5? Or why would they not use that?
I thought he was gonna buy his new vehicles with the asset money, but he's also asking for the county to pay for some of them too, so, I mean, I can't answer that. You know, my idea is whenever you can use federal
Use it.
dollars, use it.
Yeah.
Well, before we agree to buy 5 new vehicles, I'd really like to have that information, also including what the average county, what some other counties look like. We just way out of kilter with them. And I guess I would say use the counties that we normally use for a pay study that are either close to us or similar size or something. Just get that total number of employees versus total number of vehicles, rolling stock in there.
I don't think I can get that for you today.
I understand that, I know that, but I'd rather let's get that before we're not gonna approve this budget until
Right.
sometime in late May, you got
But you
plenty of
could-
time.
You can always prorate the vehicles based on their population that they employ.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, so do you have a,
So it doesn't really matter what county you use particularly.
well, it need to be tied to a little bit to total assessed value, well, it really don't, you're right,
Whichever county. I think what we use for pay is good.
right.
It's hard we've talked about, to Sue's point, years ago, to get them on some type of rotation
tried
schedule.
that, yeah.
You got 15, replace 5 every year or
Yeah.
whatever. But based on a number of factors, mileage probably being the biggest factor, that never has been able
Well,
to do
that
that.
plus he started, with no other sheriff's ever done, he started buying vehicles
Yeah.
with forfeitures.
Yeah.
And that kinda gets you out of the
Does he
seat.
use that money for other things besides buying vehicles?
He does.
You know,
A lot of
that's
it.
what I'm thinking, and maybe,
Yep,
Just to let y'all know, last year, I think y'all approved 10 vehicles because he wasn't getting any federal vehicles. And he ended up, instead of buying Chargers, I believe bought 9 SUVs. And then used the little bit of money left over for the lights and stuff like that, had to add that to his equipment budget because he had spent his equipment money that should have been used for the new vehicles on other things, so we had to switch money to move money around so he could put the lights and sirens and stuff on his 9 vehicles he had bought. Well, actually, yeah, the 9 vehicles he bought. So he's saying he wants 5, but he may end up buying 4 SUVs instead of Chargers, like he did last year.
well, maybe
You know,
we need to do purpose and function financing with the sheriff's department.
I was gonna recommend that we buy 3, but that was just out of the top of my head.
Can we put that item on hold?
Okay.
You got 2 of them you recommend not to, the last 3
Right.
items,
Right.
but put those 5. Wouldn't y'all like to see them numbers, Dan and Wayne, of what we look like?
Yeah, that'd be good to see it.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay, we'll come back to
I
that.
think there's so many needs in the sheriff's department. Anything he can do with asset forfeiture dollars to give us a little relief allows us to do more of those things that we can do.
Yeah,
It's difficult to do it all.
yeah. Okay, we'll get back with y'all on that one. Emergency
So
commu-
that whole section, we're just kinda holding in limbo.
well,
I think the last 3, he recommend not to approve, and I certainly agree with him.
Okay.
it's just a question of the first 2 items, whether it's 0 to 5
Okay.
vehicles. Emergency communications, they want a F-150 truck,
didn't he
crew
say the
cab.
funds was available for that now?
He
I mean, he
did.
can buy that, and he's got,
He said he did.
he
did.
said he did, so,
Had the funds in the current budget.
So that's what I would do.
yeah,
Y'all good with that?
Yeah.
yeah.
Authorizing him to go ahead and do it in this year's budget?
Well, he said he had the funds available to do it, so there's really no impact.
Okay, well, it's less money going into the fund balance, but yeah, there is.
Well, you're right, you can't spend it but one time.
Yeah. Okay, we will let him know he can go ahead and do that. We'll verify, Donna, that there are funds that can be moved around. I don't know if it's lap salaries or where he's talking about, but,
I think he had some maintenance savings on the CAD.
okay. Okay, emergency medical services, ambulance remounts, $90,000 each. 90,000, yeah, I'm sorry, 5 of them at $90,000 each. A paramedic SUV and 28 laptops. $450 at one time is quite a bit.
450,000.
450,000, I'm sorry. If we did all 5, I'd want to finance it, over, what do we do? 3 or 5?
3 to 4 years, I believe.
Yeah.
Have we been financing them every year?
Sometimes we do. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. If it's just 1 or 2, we haven't. If it's 4 or 5, we have. My recommendation is that we approve either 2 with current funds or finance 5.
I would suggest we finance 5, do all of them. I think they're needed.
Any,
Let me, share a few things that I looked at this morning with these ambulances. that one we talked about yesterday, we spent so much money on, the maintenance cost on that vehicle, just maintenance cost is 36 cents a mile.
So you talking about the paramedic SUV or?
No, the paramedic SUV maintenance cost is 5 cents a mile. That, first ambulance, the one that we spent $58,000 on that I asked about yesterday is 36 cents per mile maintenance cost. That's,
Must be buying motors and transmissions or
I
something.
don't know what they're doing. But just going down that list
Need to get rid of it.
that we had it yesterday, you spent 36 cents on one, 27 cents on one, 21 cents on one, 18.5 cents on one, and 16 cents on one. So the average is 21, and yet we got one that's 36. That should have been turned back into the limit or something, I guess. Somebody made that comment yesterday. I think it was you, Dan, it should have. But then the SUV is 5 cents, which is about what it should be, 5 or 6 cents per mile maintenance cost on vehicles like that. My other question I asked is, you know, we bought these Sprint vehicles a little while back. I'm not sure how many we bought, and they were the best thing we could do when we got them. And did we only get 2 of them? Because that's all we got left.
I know we've gotten rid of,
You've gotten rid of some of those?
I believe so. I think they
Didn't we
had
buy
4
2
of
new ones
them.
last year or
We did.
sometime?
I think that's right.
They're just for transport.
You bought 2 new ones of those Sprints last year?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, they're not on his list.
Or the year before last, let me see.
Well, the 2 that he shows are,
There's one of them on the sheriff's list, and that's the first thing on the sheriff's list is a Sprinter. I wonder, is that one in the right place?
We have 2, they have 2 right now, 2
The sheriff's
Sprinters.
department does?
They use it for transporting, they have some of their supplies in it.
I don't see one for,
On the list, I'm looking at sheriff SRO
oh,
vehicle.
says he driving one of them?
No,
Yeah, used for equipment, that's what it says.
it's used for equipment.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, I got
That's
it.
what it says, okay.
But Donnie, the 2 that you show is a 2010,
You're right.
both of them are.
They're the only 2 that they have right now.
Have we
they-
ever had more than that? Did we get rid of some of them?
I think they had, in the past, they were a Mercedes brand.
They were.
And there were 4 of them, and I think they got rid of those. They've
Okay.
removed those.
So are we, I guess we're going away from that then and going back to all ambulances? Seems
That's
like.
my understanding.
Okay. So your recommendation was to do 2.
2 or finance 5.
What happens if we do 2 and don't borrow money?
If we do 2 and don't borrow money, then they're gonna tell us that we've got some that are not, that need to be remounted, that aren't gonna be remounted.
Logically.
I think we ought to finance 5.
Do you think we could, in a 4 or 5 year financing, include the laptops?
I'm sure we,
I don't, I mean,
If-
you don't
if-
talk about borrowing money, that, I ain't wild about, I don't like the philosophy of saying it's better because you borrow money, because it ain't better because you borrow money, you spending more money then.
But the life
when
of
you
these
got money.
vehicles will not just be in 1 year. And so when you do capital improvements, it's arguable you can, it's justifiable to,
But you're gonna have some more of these on your list for next year, are you not?
maybe not 5.
I think if we're financing it for a shorter amount of time than the life of the vehicle, the replacement cycle.
Saying that's
and
better.
being that we're in a, you know, we don't have a lot of money to work with for these items. And
That's
as
better
far
than
as,
you sure don't want to borrow the money any longer than what you're gonna keep the vehicle.
that's right, and the laptops, what are they thinking the life cycle on those is about 10 years? They use these 10
I
or
think
so
I
years?
Some of these are from,
About, well,
6 to 10
7 to
years.
10 years. I would say.
I think, well, there's a 5-year warranty on them, he said yesterday, so the ones he's got are 5 to 9, so some of them last at least 9 years.
I caution us again to not go through this whole list and approve everything and have one department that we don't approve much on bothers me somewhat. If we could share the savings around just a little bit somehow.
Well, each department is different.
Well, that's just my fault, Mr. Bellfield, but I get one vote like the rest of them.
Well, I understand your point, but each department is different. One department needs may be greater than the needs in another.
He did indicate there's about a $23,000 savings with those laptops.
Right.
And
The laptops are past due.
The laptop,
Laptops are past due.
that'll bother.
Replacing, we need to do that.
I don't have a problem with that.
Why don't we finance the 6 vehicles they're asking for and buy the laptops and do that every how finance decides to do it? That'd be my recommendation.
How you rest, how you feel?
well, I like that. I like that recommendation.
Seems like you got a minimum of 4 votes, so go ahead, sir.
Okay, so we'll tentatively finance the 5 remounts and perhaps, if you don't mind, the SUV. Do you think we should put that in it or keep it separate?
Finance of SUV.
Yeah,
You would or you
You're not
would
gonna
not?
finance that, are you?
Okay.
yeah, so we'll just finance 5 ambulance remounts. Hopefully that'll,
275,000 miles, that one is a whole lot easier to get over, even though it's dollars and not miles.
yeah. Okay, animal control, he basically said, I would recommend we not do this based on his comments. If he loses a vehicle, you know, we can immediately find the money to buy a new vehicle. But he kind of put it off. If y'all want to go ahead and,
He's gonna put off everything.
He's gonna do that every year, and I just, if they need that vehicle, I think we should probably fund that vehicle. He's gonna say that about everything.
This is the guy that didn't want a new roof, he wanted new buckets, keep that in mind, last year, if you remember that.
yeah.
Seriously, Steve, that's his comment. He got a little ill with his car, he wanted to put a new roof on his building, told him just buy some new buckets.
Like we're doing with the, oh, actually, going back to emergency medical services, he indicated also he had money for that SUV in this year's budget.
Where are you?
I didn't,
Yeah.
He did, I got a note here.
You
Yeah.
mean in the paramedic SUV?
Yeah.
I just put this year, I don't know what that meant, I guess
Yeah,
that's what that meant.
Means he's got money in this year's budget. So if it's okay, we'll let him do it this year
yeah.
and, we'll finance the 5 remounts.
So he's got money for the emergency F-150 truck, and he's got money for the paramedics.
2 different budgets, yeah.
See, I wonder why it takes so long to get these remounts done, and the problem is you can't get the trucks. Can't get the chassis. I mean, it ain't like you can go to Captain Ford and buy one.
Yeah.
They're special built chassis for these ambulance
He's
boxes.
gonna be hard pressed to get 5 done in a single
I
year.
think he's fixing this, the last one trucks in, I think, chassis.
Yeah.
You know, it may not happen, it'll take all year.
So if it's okay, we'll, see if he does in fact have the money in this year's budget to pay for that.
But again, back to your point, Robbie, that's 2 vehicles that he's been kind of creative in figuring out how to fund them this year. So I think that's a good thing.
What it is? Sure.
Okay, animal control, y'all wanna go ahead and, he said he'd put it in the budget, but he wouldn't use it unless he needed, which is pretty common.
Put it in the budget,
You want to?
Yeah.
I do,
Yeah.
Okay,
cause he gonna say he needs it when it sitting beside the road. Way we gonna fix it.
okay, salary adjustments, next page. The first matter, again, that's a home health transfer employee with about 3 years before retirement. I recommend we, keep that person in human resources.
Okay.
That came out of home health.
Home health, yeah.
Okay on that.
Elections, we'd like to have a flat rate rather than having to keep up with mileage and all
I think
that.
that makes a whole lot of sense.
Everybody
That
good with
what you
that?
suggest, yeah.
Like us trying to keep up with, we had trash can at the house and who didn't on the convenience sites, so we're spending more money keeping up with it than what we spend otherwise.
Under the sheriff, the first two, are, he says he needs another captain and another lieutenant for a 5th division or something for certification with CALIA. I don't know what CALIA stands for. Does anybody know?
We looked it up this morning.
Okay. It's some kind of national certification. He's trying to get his department, CALIA certified. I think there's 4 in the state. I think he's told me. And, then he gave me the number for the total in the whole country, and it's, I forget, it's like 75 or 100.
I
So,
think we desperately need that. Nothing.
I don't object to this. I mean, y'all are aware over the last few years, we've had quite a few raises for the upper command. What this does is make a 69, a 76, and a 69, a 72. Costs us about $9,000.
Does he replace the 269s with, he's taking these and dedicating to Kalia, so these people were obviously being utilized otherwise, so does he not replace these two? At some point, is he looking to replace them?
That may be why he's requesting additional positions down here. I'm not sure. But I recommend that we allow him. It's confusing, but you got the sheriff, the chief deputy, majors,
2 majors.
captains, lieutenants, and sergeants, and then patrol officers. So it is quite a chain of command there. And that's pretty much,
Deputy and a sergeant.
how he wants to do it.
So you don't have no problem with those two? Okay.
For reclassing, I mean, are we getting even more top-heavy? Yes, but
Well, that was what I was gonna say. You're gonna look one day, you're gonna be like the school system almost.
I mean, I think what I'd want to know is it your intent, if you reclass these 2 people, to work them with this Kalia program?
yeah, that's what,
I
this is
understand,
related, yeah.
But are you gonna obviously need to replace, are you planning to replace them, these positions? I mean, these people have got to be doing something, they wouldn't be on the payroll.
Is it just reclassification to meet those certification requirements?
That's what it
And
is.
the person's still
That's
doing the
what
same
So
job?
it's not changing their
I
responsibility?
think they'll do
is
the
it-
same thing, Wayne. He called me a month ago, talking to me about this, and they will be doing basically the same job. He's just got to have X number at each level, and he's one
Okay.
short on 2 levels.
Just remember that.
Well, I can only tell you what he told me, but you're
So
right.
These positions will be doing basically the same function, they're just meeting the requirements of Kalia.
Correct.
So no replacements next year or down the road.
I can tell you what he told me, sir, but
Okay, well, that's what he told you.
We'll see it again, I'm sure, at some point.
Well, I think the question to him is, how does being CALIA certified benefit the taxpayers of Nash County? Or is it
Good question.
simply putting another certificate on your wall?
Maybe those 2
Well,
just
that's
need a
very
merit
valid question.
increase.
Well,
Yeah,
when you command officers, we think of lieutenants, captains, and all that. As what are they commanding?
There's, every division,
3,500.
And, well,
It-
it
it-
seems like me getting top heavy with your higher ranking officers. And you're talking about what, less than 100 people there to command, and every time I see one, they got a captain in Sigma, a lieutenant,
yeah.
sergeants. Seem like me getting top heavy command.
Yeah. Again, you got the sheriff, the deputy, and, I mean, chief deputy, 2 majors, and then you have all these divisions
Yeah.
that have a lieutenant, a captain and a
Captain
lieutenant,
and sergeants.
and then sergeants under them, and it's like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I think one of his units doesn't have a captain and a lieutenant, or maybe only one of them. And supposedly under CALEA, to be certified, which is a 2-year process, you've got to have positions
The
in each division.
organization setup is, to me, is out of whack. I'll use whack. But if you in a command position, you need a certain number of people to command.
Yeah.
And so
Do y'all,
he need to review his organization there.
I would suggest we fund this, let him organize his command structure the way he thinks, and also the way he claims CALEA requires for him to be certified.
Well, it's pushing the budget up. I can tell you.
Yeah, well, the 9,000 is only 9,000. Some of these other positions, I'm
Well-
not recommending.
do those numbers have the 5% increase built into them already?
There's a classification
Yeah,
for
that's in
captain,
addition to the
lieutenants, and
5%.
on up. Well, it's classification for all the personnel, but if you're gonna make somebody a lieutenant, what responsibility? If you're gonna make somebody a captain, because the classification of a captain is a minimum salary for that.
To answer your question
Seem
about
like to me.
5%,
She said, yeah.
it's already in the base. It's
It
not
is.
in this amount.
It's in here. If it's in the reclassification, is that what you were
Yeah.
asking about, the cost of
Right.
living?
But
Yes.
it'd only be 5% of this would be attributable to the 5% raise. Because if
Correct.
we don't do this, they still get the 5%. So
Right.
that's already,
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Right.
That really wasn't my
Yes.
question. You answered the question.
yeah, we've got the 5% for all employees in the budget.
It, we got different opinions of the board, what we want to do with this.
Do it.
Seems like you got a choice of doing it or possibly putting a table on it like we did one other item and get that question answered of what CALEA does for the taxpayers of Nash County.
I have a little bit to read to you about the purpose of CALEA.
Yes, ma'am.
The purpose of CALEA's accreditation program is to improve the delivery of public safety services, primarily by maintaining a body of standards developed by public safety practitioners, covering a wide range of up-to-date public safety initiatives, establishing and administering an accreditation process. And it goes on, there's more, but, I think just like with the accreditation process with the senior center, there's standards that need to be met. I think accreditation is generally a process that pushes an agency to raise itself up to meet certain standards. There's standards with training, there's always new things going on where our officers need to be trained, especially with mental health and things like that. Not that those things would slide if they weren't going towards CALEA, but trying to be CALEA and staying accredited will keep those standards up.
The the simplest comparison you got is, do you want your child going to accredited college, or are you okay to them not going to one?
Right.
Let's do it.
I think it's a small price to pay,
Yeah.
if, you know, if you're not gonna have to come back and,
Gotcha.
Yeah, and if you don't do it, you're gonna have to deal with it again.
And maybe, Fred, you know, that it's not giving them, putting them in a position that they're making it top heavy, sitting around doing nothing, but they're
Yeah,
doing the same job.
well,
Okay.
doing the same job, maybe they don't need to be a captain.
The next position
Just,
Who knows?
is the evidence tech. Last year, he asked for that part-time position to be made full-time, said we would lose that person if we didn't do it. You didn't do it, we didn't lose that person. And he's again trying to get that part-time evidence technician position full-time.
Reading your demeanor, sounded like you may not be in favor of it.
Well, if any evidence walks away, you're gonna be held responsible. That's, no, I'm kidding.
I understand that. You be held responsible whether it walks away or not.
We're spending a lot of money on the evidence room in the courthouse.
A lot of money.
Yeah. And, you know, I think we can get by with a half-time person, a part-time person. He really wants this person to get full-time and have health benefits, and that's,
I think we need to leave it like it is myself.
everybody all right with that? Leaving it like it is?
I am,
Okay.
I mean, I'm just, I don't know how everybody else feels.
Okay, the two new positions, I don't recommend them. I don't think we need to do that. We need to focus on the jail, and, so,
Well, what would these two positions do, see?
they'd be patrolled
Would they be on the street? I
on
mean,
the street, and then we'd have to go back if we approve it and approve, well,
The
not
vehicles.
necessarily, but,
you'd have to have vehicles and equipment, and
Yeah.
uniforms. But right now, he's got X number of people on the street, so he wanting to add to his street folks. Is that what these are?
I believe these are just regular deputies, right? Patrol officers,
What it reads like.
yeah. If that's okay, we'll
I'm okay with that.
strike those. Jeremy Hardy, oh, I'm sorry,
what you're saying now, you're not gonna do,
not gonna add those two additional positions. I mean,
oh,
Well,
okay.
why did he ask for the two? I mean, did he give you some justification? mean-
I pretty much ask all department heads, no new positions, and as you can see, most of them have complied with that. He had 12 new positions in the jail, positions in the sheriff's department, shifting costs to the county. I don't think we need to do it right now.
Well, if you're gonna put them out there on the road and out in the community,
I think that's what these positions are. They're patrol officers, which means
well,
they're not captains, lieutenants, majors,
I
sergeants.
patrolling
Hmm?
the southern part of the county.
I think, you know, each area's got one, and I think it's pretty good. I think that somebody within reasonable
time.
response time all the time. We've not had a problem with that.
Okay. Next,
What about you?
Maybe we're
good?
Jeremy Hardy, apparently K-Mac, the guy from the DEA, came down here and started using federal money. he has shifted into a regular county position. He's no longer with narcotics. Is that correct?
Right, we did that last year. K-Mac moved last year,
To, but he's actually changed his job.
yeah. Right.
He's no longer in narcotics. And I think Hardy is the head of the narcotics division now. Is that correct? Melanie, do you know?
I'm sorry, what?
Hardy is head of narcotics division.
I don't know the breakdown of, I don't know their setup.
He's either number 1 or number 2 over there. And he wants the county to assume 100% of his salary rather than using federal funds. And I don't recommend that. I think we need to continue to use federal funds. The program was started with federal funds.
Are federal funds still available?
The, federal funds is the asset forfeiture money that,
Oh, okay.
I mean, one day that may dry up and Congress may
Well,
end
we-
the program. In fact, I think Vince can tell you there is some litigation right now about the propriety of the way that money's been spent in the past. But right now, we haven't gotten word that it's drying up. But if it does ever dry up, we'll have to.
We'll have
assume
to do something.
Do we handle that money? I mean, you handle that?
No, that's all federal.
Right.
They just
There,
send
there
us
are
what our
certain
share is.
restrictions on what the money can be used for and how it can be used depending on their positions and what they're doing.
But what he's doing, I believe he qualifies, because he's basically out on the road looking.
Well, it's another one of those things, when he came to us and wanted to start that task force, he said the cost will be by federal money. And it always starts that way, and then it gradually wants to shift. And then there'll be another federal that he'll start behind it, most likely, is what my vision was. I'm in total agreement, not to agree to this one. But let's hear from.
Yeah, yeah, and I was gonna let y'all know that this Tar River Task Force, which was started with grant money,
Build them a building.
it paid for their building, the federal money did, it's paid for their personnel. We do have some money in it, but the reason I think it's important that we continue to use federal money and not Nash County taxpayer dollars is this whole Tar River group. I think we're assuming more of the responsibility and cost. If we put that all on the county, then our county will be subsidizing these other
Well,
jurisdictions.
they work up and down interstate, they work all in Rocky Mountain, they work some in Edgecombe County. Oh, it needs to be federal dollars.
Yeah. Anybody object to that, keeping it federal? Okay. Asset forfeiture dollars. What is this next one? I don't remember this one. Larry,
That's the grant money where this year that's the Governor's
The highway
Highway
grant,
Safety
where we gotta
Program.
pick up
We're
another
at
part of.
15% match until October, then 30% match.
Well, we committed to that when we let it start.
right, right. And what's he asking?
That they move to the general fund, that match, the match portion,
Instead of federal
federal.
or
asset.
state? Federal asset.
Instead of the federal asset forfeiture funds.
Was it 25, was it 25, 50, 75?
It's 15 until October
Okay.
1st,
Now,
and then
where did
30%
15 come from?
From the grant. So we have to match 15%.
Right, but where did our match come from? Federal or county?
Federal for the 15%.
Did it really?
We were told at the time of the presentation that we would be able to use federal
Okay.
money for the match.
I didn't remember that. Now I know what your question is.
Okay, so everybody good with keeping it federal asset money? If they run out of federal asset money, I'll come back to you.
So really in the total number, when we finish all this, that is not really a part of the total because that's asset money.
Right, that's a different fund.
So all that will come off of this,
Right,
what we're
everything,
looking at here.
30% match, 50% next year.
and it'll come out of federal asset fund 29 or something?
So you better keep getting assets, all I'm saying.
He, I approved a temporary part-time position, and it requires, if it's gonna be permanent part-time, it requires board action, and this is, special events, person, or projects person, David Wooten. I'm okay with, doing that. I think anytime you can take a retired officer and utilize them, whether that's in court security or whatever,
With no benefits, cost.
yeah.
Do we should follow up on the comment yesterday about the community college, the cost to the community college? $30 versus 25, that would save 23,000 we've got to give to the community college.
Right.
Give right back for this.
Yeah,
Using,
that's exactly the dollars, yeah. Yeah. So everybody good with making that a permanent part-time?
Miss Lou, this is the one you had a problem with before, you recall?
Yeah.
You got any comment, or, and you're, well, you talk, I'm gonna be quiet.
No,
I thought it was a valid question.
yeah, it was a valid question, and hey, no, I still don't like it.
If you
Because,
recall, her problem was we're paying part-time people with different salaries.
different salaries for basically the same work.
I think the only way,
Because another one, another, no, it was not a complaint, but concern was brought to me on, one was doing the very similar work, and they were only paid 17, as opposed to him getting 25.
Now, we're talking about hours, right?
Per
Paid by
hour.
the hour.
Dollars per
paid by the
hour.
hour,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
are you talking about in the sheriff's department?
I
Well,
think,
at least, I think all part-time employees ought to get the same rate per hour. But they
Exactly.
may not. It
well,
may
the
not be
only, just to be the devil advocate on that comment is, you should look at a little bit on what they made when they worked for us. And I don't even know who this other person is, Miss Richards is talking about. But if you had a $80,000 a year guy that's gonna work for 25, should a $40,000 a year guy get paid 25? Is a question.
Well, I think it
No, I'm talking
depends
about
on what the
hour.
job is.
Hour. I'm
That's
talking
right, hourly rate, that's
about
correct.
hour rate.
If they're, being paid to do that higher level job and it's a higher salary, then I think that could be justified. But doing the same job, for example, a security job, that's a,
That's the way you gotta look at it, exactly.
Responsibilities.
I'll just give me 1 second there, I just wanna find out one thing. How many hours is it that he's gonna work?
18 a week. No, I'm
16.
sorry,
16.
16.
2 days a week.
Ain't that 400?
Of course, he may be working part-time at the community college or at Universal
Really, truly,
League.
that individual is working for 25% of what he made when he worked at $25 an hour. He'll make $20,800 if he works 16 hours a week, every week to a year. And he was making in excess of 80 when he left,
you're right, 16
for what that's worth. I'm gonna stay out of that because that's the one that's related to me.
Yeah, I'm okay with the $25, and I asked specifically to, if the sheriff goes to 30, does that mean this person's going to 32? And for his outside work, and he
Well,
said
do
no.
we have, while you're on that, Mr. Outlaw, do we have any say-so about that rate that they charge? I mean, I know we can control it on the other end by how much budget we give them, but do we get involved in what that rate is?
We're
No,
just asking the sheriff to give us a rate at the community college that's comparable to this or
Exactly.
equal to this, because the individual there, we pay the gas, the car, the uniforms, I mean, we pay it all anyway.
Right.
So we're having to fund the community college.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's
agree with
for
you
money we're
100%.
giving to the community college.
Right.
Yeah, that is actually, I think I talked about my concerns with the whole control issue, but, I just, he basically, I mean, a lot of jurisdictions do what he's doing, whether they're all the same agreement.
But all those jurisdictions, we're not funding.
I know,
We're funding this source.
I know, I mean, we are paying for the
Don't
car,
fund
the
the
gas.
nightclub.
It's
Doesn't
like
work
our
out.
money.
We're subsidizing this part-time work,
Yeah.
What are the other locations where the deputies do security?
just a lot of counties, a lot of
No,
cities.
Within
Here.
our,
Within our
county.
county, where else do they work?
I know they do universal leave.
What they're called, I mean, they may well be working in one of the nightclubs in town.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
But they're off duty.
Special events.
They're off
Chamber
duty.
of
They're off
Commerce.
duty.
right,
And they're getting paid $25 an hour.
Buy it directly from
Buy-
the vendor, I mean, from the third party.
But we're subsidizing that because they're using our car and
They're
our,
using our car, our gas, our equipment, our
We
guns, our,
provide everything, but we gotta pay a higher rate to a community college than we would for any other source. I mean,
does
it makes
this
sense.
individual we talking about right now, does he keep a car?
No,
He does not?
I don't believe so.
the letter went out on this increase
You
in
talking about Wood?
December.
That was my question.
I don't believe he
The
does.
letter went out to the community college in December about this $5 increase.
Yeah.
We didn't see it until we met with the, community college and they showed it to us. This was a couple weeks
So
ago.
how's Wooten getting around if he doesn't have
I-
a vehicle from the sheriff's department?
Perhaps I shouldn't have answered so quickly. I'll check on it.
I'm sure when he's
Drives
working,
his
he's
car to
on.
work. like
I'm
most of
sure
them.
he's not running his own private vehicle.
I'm
If
not
we,
sure.
If we keep working on it, we're gonna find out why it takes 109 vehicles if we keep working on his list.
I think we need the sheriff's office here.
No, we probably don't.
The next,
Sometimes you don't need to know too much. when-
everybody good with continuing him at 25, making it a permanent, part-time position?
What makes it permanent versus part-time position?
No, temporary or permanent?
Temporary or permanent, yeah, what's the difference?
Temporary, I can do,
Why don't you just keep doing temporary? That's what you want to. I'm
What's the
kidding with you.
difference?
I'm kidding with you in a way.
to go into a new budget year, I think you want to formalize, during a budget
sir.
year,
Okay, I got you.
I can make an adjustment.
Generally, a temporary appointment would be because the funds are grant funds, and they're not necessarily gonna stay around year after year, so we label those as temporary positions.
Or, for instance, Parks and Rec, where they're just temporary summer
grant.
help or something like that.
It's a grant money and it's, come,
Upon your recommendation, I say we
well, I
go ahead.
don't agree with, no for me.
You don't agree with the,
Part-time, no.
that position?
No.
Okay. Would you have a vote?
Why?
I'm gonna abstain from the vote if I can, but how many are in favor of it, funding this part-time position? Raise your
If he's
hand.
gonna do it anyway, look, discuss it, if he's gonna do it anyway, then all we're doing is,
No, I had to approve it, and what I made them do is freeze a full-time patrol position, because I needed a slot to put that person in when in January. I'm not sure that position's still frozen, is it?
They had a vacant one.
Okay. I got an email where they froze the position so he could work. And because I wasn't gonna give him additional money. So they've substituted a full-time position for this part-time position. If you approve this, then that will open up that full-time position. And we'll have a permanent part-time position.
will that be a new full-time position?
No, it'll be a new,
It'll be
just
one that's
allow funds
already-
for the part-time.
This will be the new position.
The part-time.
Right now, I'm using a full-time position.
But you said if we do this, it'll open up another full-time position.
Yeah, we will budget a full-time position. Whereas right now, we haven't
You got to say
budgeted.
that right, Dan. you already got that position that's funded,
But it's frozen.
but it's frozen to get this guy at the sheriff's request to
Well,
work.
Does
You know,
approval of this unfreeze that position?
It does.
somebody like
That-
him that's
that money's already
experienced,
budgeted
you're
for that
probably getting a
position.
whole lot of bang for your buck as far as going out and
This would be
hiring
in
somebody else.
addition.
The only problem I got right here
If we
is,
approve this.
Yeah,
you
this
know,
is
I'm
22,000 additional money.
thinking
That
about
money's
what
already
Ms. Lou
budgeted
said, why
for
does
that
one get
position.
paid
It's
one
a
amount, one another? You know, I don't,
frozen.
And
How
make
long
it-
as
has
far as
that
I'm concerned,
position
I
been
think David
frozen?
Wooten's probably as good as you can get,
If it's frozen, they haven't.
no
I mean,
doubt.
Well, I
it's
think
funded.
Sue's
And I think we
answer to
need
that,
huh?
I think Sue's answer to that is very valid, if you would repeat your answer.
Yeah.
But
You answered his question a while ago, that it depended on what they were doing.
Yeah.
Right, and
Do we
what
know
are
that?
the, what are those
No.
special projects, is he coordinating fundraisers for the sheriff's department, or, I guess that,
I don't know what special projects are.
That's what
But
I
he's
thought.
got,
I asked the
he's,
question,
he's
nobody-
got a position now that's frozen. So how long has that position been frozen?
Since January or December. Now, he had lap salaries that we could have just
Okay, but,
paid out of lap
but
salaries.
he hasn't used that position since
No.
January because he's using this position.
Right.
So how has he been getting by without that position, that it would open it up where he would replace it? I mean, because
It
that's
was
what we
vacant
do
at
if
the
we
time.
approve
I don't
this,
know.
he would replace that position.
Yeah, he could replace
It would be
the,
funded.
I don't have enough information to really answer this exactly on how many they had available, or I know
There were-
they have an open position right now, but
when I approved this position, there were 2 vacancies. And I got an email saying they had slid him, his part-time position in one of the full-time vacancies.
But he agreed to freeze that full-time position to get this part-time position.
At that time, for the rest of this budget year, rather, I could have just taken it out of lap salaries and let him fill that position. But I didn't want to add to the total number of
You didn't ask for it,
FTEs.
he offered it.
Yeah.
If I remember right.
Was there any
No.
discussion about, in a year, I'm gonna need to do it a little different, or?
No, no. It came from me that I didn't like the idea of adding a half an FTE to the total. So if you want if you want to make a new, part-time person, I said, in fact, if you got 2 part-time people, I'd be okay with you putting it in that slot. But he put 1 part-time person in that slot. And so if you approve effective July 1, this money, it will free up that other position, which is totally budgeted right now. And his money is coming out of that
Totally
position.
budgeted, but this adds to the budget,
This would add $22,000 a year.
which was not previously adding to the budget,
No, because we were using,
the frozen money.
right, and or lap salaries, yeah.
It's like,
I think it boils down to, do you think the knowledge of this particular individual is worth him being there at $25 per hour?
well, here's what it boils down to me. It doesn't have anything to do, I know David Wooten, he's a very capable individual, he has a lot of knowledge. But to me, I would look at what the individual is going to do, and then whoever might be able to meet those qualifications. For example, the frozen position may be very capable of handling special projects. So do you just add a person to do special what are those special projects that require this level of expertise? I don't know. I mean, this is not a personal thing with David Wooten, because I think the world of it. But I just don't understand why, if he had special projects and you could give up a full-time person, why that person could not have handled special projects. I just don't understand the whole thing.
Well, and it may be, you don't know who that full-time person's gonna be. I don't know, maybe David Wooten could do more than 16 hours and somebody else can in 40.
Just keep
I don't know.
keep that
David Wooten can do a
position,
lot of things.
keep the position that
Do what?
he's
David
in.
Wooten is capable of
I know
doing pretty
that.
much anything in the
That's what
department.
I'm thinking.
Well, he was the major.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the command staff.
Yeah, he retired, and after 30 days, he came back. That's,
I got no problem with him being here, I mean, you know.
But the way it's being done,
Well, it's been done,
I-
we don't know what his responsibilities
I don't
are.
support it.
That was all the plan started.
Not unless you're gonna leave him in that position
one
that you
position.
froze, yeah.
Could we ask for clarification on the special projects so that we would know what the
two-part
intent?
question. What the special projects mean, and number two, what happens to the other position? I mean, that's what we're facing here.
That's fair.
Well, let's put it on the hold list and get that answered then.
And Z, can we just ask for them to fill out the paperwork that's in place?
Yeah.
For HR to tell
Yeah,
us
that's
what that
another
position
thing.
does? That's what that paperwork is for, that we are trying
We
to
have
get them to
procedures
fill out for us.
on any kind of change or new positions.
Well, y'all just, I mean, you just got, you just don't do nothing until you get the paperwork right.
Yeah.
Whether it's the sheriff or whether it's the
Yeah, when
registered
I,
deeds or
the only
what's
other
that
new
land bill?
position,
The overtime pay, I do not support. It would be, I predict in 5 years, that would be $1 million.
You'd have a heck of a bill next week, that's all I tell you.
So, jail, is that okay? Not, if we start paying overtime for, permanently for jail and,
I definitely
Sheriff's
not-
Department.
Definitely not in favor of that.
Jail, new part-time position, Ronnie Pittman. I'm okay with that one.
Hold on just one second.
And I would recommend that.
Part-time. Okay.
Like I just found Miss Richardson's problem. Go ahead. That's at a rate of a little over $17 an hour.
A deputy, a regular patrol.
Whatever for detention
Oh,
center.
okay, I see. Oh, I see, yeah.
So you said you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay, if, he's down 9 people. Eventually, hopefully he'll get that up, but,
Well, now, this is the same case, you got a new part-time position.
it's a new part-time position.
Everybody okay with that? Go ahead, sir.
He's asking for 5% increase for all his jail employees in addition to the 5%. My position has always been
No.
that we treat everyone the same. If y'all, I just,
What's the average salary of those jails?
You've got all that information comparing us to other
Yeah.
counties.
we sent it out, you should have gotten.
Fred, we're in the upper 80%.
Upper what?
Upper 80% of what the counties that we normally look at when we do salary comparisons of what we pay in the jail. I think you got an email on that. Let's go through it.
May have gotten it, but I didn't read
Here you
it. Okay,
You want to give all employees 5.5 instead of 5.
okay, I see.
It's the only way I agreed to.
That'd be the same amount of money, is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
I go along with your recommendation, Mr. Manager. Fred, you okay for us to go ahead?
On, not putting that extra 5% in there?
Right.
Yes, sir.
It's just across the board, 5%.
Pay everybody 5%, just like
Okay.
every employee.
All right, pay is break time.
We're almost finished.
Almost done.
Breakdown.
The social
Next
services.
I
I'm
got
sorry.
2 commissioners calling for break.
Okay, break.
Let's take a 15-minute break.
I just
It's,
thought,
if y'all ready, we'll go ahead and get started back. believe we're starting, Mr. Lamb at Social Services.
That's correct. I recommend those 4 changes. As you can see, the total cost, including federal dollars, is $26,000. Federal dollars are 50 to 75%. And this is something that I think I mentioned yesterday, that routinely in the past, the state would come to counties when they were under the state's personnel and make these type of changes. I think these are more dealing with NC Fast, that these current positions, the 57s, are not allowed to access the information under that title. And the positions they're being changed to, they are able to access NC Fast. So,
Any questions there? Everybody okay with it?
the
Yep.
health, these are home health transfers. I believe one of them, I'm told, was a vacant position. Yeah, I think that must be Lisa, if I remember. And the other 4 would be, if you approve this, would be new positions in the budget. I feel comfortable in the future that as they have retirements and vacancies, that Mr. Hill will only fill those vacancies as necessary. But we have the commissioners made a commitment to these employees to make sure we had a place for them, and this is where we put them. He indicated yesterday they're being well utilized, and I would recommend that we establish these positions in our budget.
Any questions? Move on, sir.
I believe that's it right now. I think there was some discussion about going back to the MIS, $63,000 for the data recovery. I think our finance officer had some concerns about that.
Well, I was just reflecting on what Chairman Davis said yesterday, and he wanted to get some more information about what other counties are using it, what other local governments are using that, and then just to have some information. I think it's important that we don't lose our backup information, but we already have a backup system, and I think it would be good to have more information before it's before we dedicate. I'm not saying it's not a good product, but I think just having more information on it would be helpful.
So you're saying we just don't do that?
I'm not saying that we don't do it. One of the questions was, what other municipalities or counties are using it? How's it being utilized? I mean, it's, because you pick what goes into this vault.
My recommendation is that we take it out and have her do more research, give us more information. If that's before June, then we might be able to add it in. Otherwise, we can consider it during the year or next year at budget time.
I want my commissioner to know I didn't talk to nobody at break.
You sure?
I'm positive.
We do want to, 63,000 for another backup does seem like a lot of money.
Well, Donna did remind me that I asked more information yesterday, which I did forget I had done that. And I think it's something that's untested, and it's a backup to the backup we already have, is the way she explained it to me at break. Do you want to take it out, or do you want to table it? Board members.
Till we get more information, just table it till we get
Okay.
more information.
Okay.
Sandy's gonna be here at lunch, and after lunch to present to you about the audiovisual upgrades in the commissioner room. So if you wanna ask some more questions at that time,
I'm gonna look
to
at
see, you know, if she can answer any of them, then y'all can do that too.
Okay. Well, I'm in a situation, I don't know enough about that question, quite frankly.
Yeah.
It just, well, we'll just see what the board wants to do with it.
Yeah, I like the question of how many other counties have done this, and have Davidson and Mecklenburg and those counties that have been hit, have they gotten this solution or another solution?
Well, the other thing that was reported to me when she said somebody's got to pick what goes in there. It don't automatically go there. Somebody's got to be responsible for picking it and putting it in there.
Right.
That's so.
Well, maybe a good question to ask her was, you don't pick it day by day, maybe, you pick what part of data is going in there and what part of it's not going in there. You
Complete that
you'll find
qualified
that
to
stuff
discuss
going in there,
it,
and then it
right.
does it automatically once you set it up.
Right, and I'm sure it would be something like the whole finance system, the tax system, they would have that going in there. Maybe information from, and I don't know how things run from emergency services, but, you know.
It'd be good to know how many other counties and municipalities that use it and what, how it serves them. If it serves them well, if it gives them issues or whatever. What else must matter?
I guess we're finished unless y'all want to go back to the outside agency request, or go to the outside agency request that's scheduled at 1:15.
We won't have presenters here for that, correct?
No,
Well, let's go ahead and do that then.
that's the next page, page 6.
If we get out early, nobody gonna be mad.
Sure won't.
Yeah, we got out early last year.
I won't.
Go ahead,
We
Fred.
just do the facts, man. Just-
Page 6.
Okay, page 6, Tri-County.
Well, can we just start by saying everything is flat funded, if that's a true statement?
Some have requested additional,
Okay.
but my recommendation is flat funding, except for I've got to make a little speech about Braswell and the libraries. I don't think I got any other issues. Got Gateway.
Can we start with the statement that we've got them all flat funded, and then anyone on here that a commissioner wishes to discuss, particularly where they have had additional requests, to bring it up?
Flat funding means the second column.
Second call. Is everybody okay with that?
I am.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, let's just, why don't we just look at, each one of them that have got additions to it?
okay,
Your recommendation is to leave them all flat funded?
except I've got some comments about a
Okay, on the
couple.
library, okay, all right.
Do you want to discuss the ones that have requested additional?
Well, I'm asking a board member to bring it up. I know Ms. Richardson wants to talk about the Spalding Center, because she indicated to me yesterday she wanted to do that. Why don't you go ahead, Ms. Richardson?
Oh, yes, nothing, they had requested in their request as they formally do, but they are asking for an increase. And, we all know what they have been going through in the last year or so, and they are just fighting trying to survive, and they're supposed to be having a board meeting today at 12, and trying to get some input and, some direction on where they're going, but having a pretty rough time because after the property was sold, the owners went up on the rent double, $1,000 per month, plus some other additional increases they had to absorb, and just going through and see, when they went through this phase of transition to selling whatever else, that was almost a year, where they would normally do fundraisers and things to kind of offset some expenses. And between being caught in between all this going on, they did not do that or could not do that because they didn't ever know what 1 month they was gonna be here, next month they'd be gone. So, in other words, they just running behind, and if they don't get some help, quite naturally, you know, when, your rent increase $1,000 a month, you're
You
not
mean
gonna.
it went up 1,000?
Yes, sir.
How much did they pay them?
Paid 1,000.
Two now.
They went up from 1,000
One
to
to
2,000.
two, yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Just the rent itself, and the other, you know, the increases and so forth. But that was the main concern, the rent, but that rent $1,000 extra a month, you know, you can't survive too long with a small entity like that. And hey, they may be there another year, maybe there 6 months, we don't know. But my thought was if we could, you know, not help fund them the full amount, some, and hey, 2 months later, if they close down or they have to shut down, the money's already, you know, it's the counters anyway. So it's just, you know, I was always been told, you know, you ask what you get, and that is well deserving. But I would love to, if not all of it, part of it. So they would appreciate it, and they are so thankful for what the county's already doing, because the county is the only resource of extra help right now.
I also received a call from a former board member supporting the increase, Mr. Tyson. I guess Mr. Lou is still very involved in that.
Yeah, he's on the board there.
He's on the board, okay. He just explained the situation about the rent, et cetera, to me, and asked that we certainly consider it. I also know that at the time we committed to build this other Nash Senior Center, we expected, Ms. Lou, I hope you correct me if I'm wrong, but we did expect some kind of transition from some of the things that go on over there. I think they do some things for some kids as well.
Oh, yeah,
That wouldn't be
they do.
done at the senior center.
Right.
But it was some expectation that eventually we would devote, those funds towards the operation of the senior center. But with that said, that's just what I remember, that Lisa and I and Ms. Richardson, I guess, developed somewhat of an understanding on during our work with those communities down there and decided to build a senior center.
Yeah, but you look at it then too.
Senior activities.
Well, I don't remember the details, but it's common knowledge that there's nothing goes on at the senior center but senior activities. I don't think that we have any activities for children in the senior center station.
No.
Yep.
And then too, in the Spring Hope area, there would be maybe a few that could go to the, you know, the senior center there, but, we have a couple of them that they may drive from their home to the Spalding Center. They don't drive out of town, you know, because of the age and all that. So that would be a handicap for them, but like I said, you know, we have, children's special needs, speech therapy, and, so different things for children that's involved, and actually have something alternative for all ages, basically.
And Ms. Lou, you can kick me at lunch if you want to, but I've
That'd be
always
all right.
had a concern about the facility we are in down there with the children and the senior center, because it's not anywhere near up to codes, much less current codes. And I've been down there numerous times at Danny's request, and just looking at certain things, and it's not a situation where I think it will be permanent, because
No,
the building
no.
continues to deteriorate, got a lot of issues,
Definitely.
and really and truly, I guess our fire marshals are just somewhat being
Kind.
very friendly and kind to allow them to be in there, quite frankly.
No, and actually, right now, they are looking at some, finding another facility, hopefully they can go into, and I had even suggested, you know, if they might have to kind of downsize, they get a building with not as much space in it, but if they had to downsize the activities a little bit, if they had to move out of the building, but like you said, if it comes to renovation, things like that, it won't be done, they can't do it.
Do you see if we increase our funding, is that, helping them survive, or is that just kicking the can down the road?
Well, maybe we're hopefully helping them survive until they could get another building, you know, per se. But, unless they get some help within, well, they pay their rent 3 months intervals, you know, and, within 3 months, next 6 months, I don't see them surviving if they, not at this, they can't. But like I said, maybe after today, hopefully we have some better news, but we don't know. But, anyway,
Where they gonna find some money at today? Is that, and that's the key?
no,
I think.
they're looking at, finding another facility, a building.
It seems like to me for $2,000 a month or less, as many empty buildings as in Spring Hook.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well-
Probably not as high off the ground for
Right,
seniors
but
and,
we're
you
looking
know,
at it.
in this.
Ms. Lou, in looking at the long-term picture, do you vision a point where this board would, over a predetermined period, reduce our funding to fulfill the thought that we had of directing these funds to the senior center down that way?
Give me that again, I didn't follow that.
My question really is, and I'm trying to phrase it as diplomatic as I can, but thinking back to the time we worked on the senior center down there, and you know, we had all those people come to meetings and so forth, and there was always some opposition about the location. We looked at locations in Spring Hook,
gotcha.
we looked at locations in Bailey, we looked at locations in Middlesex. We tried to pick that point that was as central located
Right.
as we could, and the land was available there, so that's why the center was there,
Yeah,
and the
good
land at
choice.
no cost. But do you envision at some point this board being able to, over a period of time, direct these funds, if it's $10,000 a year, towards the
To-
operation of the senior center, and get to that point, or where are you at with that thought?
Yeah,
part?
it very well could be, because, hey, and if for whatever reason Spalding did dissolve itself to non-operational, I'm sure you would have some that would use that senior facility, but it wouldn't take care of all of them, so we just have to deal with that when we get to it, but, that's just something we're working with, and, you know, I just told them I would, you know, ask and, you know, do what I could for them, but they are so content, and I think if it was not approved, there wouldn't be no ill feeling, whatever else, because they're so thankful for what the county has done thus far, so, and they understand all the situations, so, you know, it was
sound like
just,
Mr. Hill now, you know that, don't you?
it was just a process they was going through, but no, yeah, they were asking because they needed, but yeah.
Sure, I understand.
Because see, and then I also had them to understand this here, that we try to stress firmly with our outside agencies to, you know, not to increase them, and then when you go increasing one and don't do the other, I said, it's always a problem.
It is.
And they understand that, and they're okay with it, but, as the saying is, you know, you never know until you ask knowing that you're
Sure,
not gonna receive
understand.
what you do ask, so. But, and with all that said, if it's not, it won't be no hard feeling, I'm sure, but, we'll just do the best they can like they've been doing, and they will survive, whether they stay or go somewhere else.
Do I remember that Mr. Tyson told me they were gonna go back to the town of Spring Hope,
Yes,
request their help again, cause I
Yeah.
think they haven't given them anything
yeah, they
in a few
did, but
years.
well, we won't know until the budget approved what they're doing with it, but they did ask for it, yeah.
Is Spring Hook, you don't know yet where Spring Hook's gonna give them anything or
No,
not?
they haven't said they have asked for
They
it.
never have in the past?
Oh, yes,
Did-
they did
how
it one
mu- how
time, yeah, but 2 years, they stopped it,
For 2 years, they hadn't given
yeah.
anything?
Right, it was only from the county that they received funding, other than what they did on their own. So, anyway, it's a good gesture, and I appreciate you listening to me, and they will too, and like I said, what become of it, they're thankful for what the county has done.
Other questions, comments from commissioners on this item?
What's, keep it at 40? or go to 50. Or there was an alternative I was thinking about is, if they stay in that building, then in July, y'all can consider that request for extra rent, but if they find another building, they may not need that additional funds.
The real problem I have with it is serving on that senior citizens committee. I know where we intended on going, and of course, Stacy, you were involved in it during that time as your other job. And I hate to see us go up when we're really supposed to be going down, is my concern with it. But certainly, whatever the board wants to do.
If we leave it
just
where
find a
it's
way
at,
to Facts out there.
and do like Z said, we think about it down the road 6 months from now.
Well, if we find out in July that they haven't been
Right.
able to find
We
other
should know about that.
location and they're having to double their rent, then
Right.
y'all can consider a request at that time, but keep it at 40 now.
And see where we stand after July. That'll be,
All right, what we wanna do with this?
Keep it at 40 for now?
yeah,
Okay.
Is it 40 or 50?
40.
40 now.
40.
Oh,
40 now.
40. Okay.
The second column, Mr. Belfield, is existing, and the first
Oh,
column
that-
was
that-
requested.
Okay.
Other increases that anybody wants to speak on behalf of,
Commissioners?
commissioners?
I'll bring up about United Community Ministries. They've lost some of their grant funding. It was basically a hub. They
Double check.
they deal with homeless families and homeless people and the homeless shelters at capacity, and also homeless families also at capacity. They can only handle 12 families in the facility that they have. If-
Not to interrupt you, but their request is the same as last year. And
Yeah, I know that because they were afraid that you.
Might cut it. Well, I
Yeah.
think what's on the discussion is on the table is that the ones that are the same, I think the board's gonna leave them alone. And we're only looking at the ones that there was an increase involved in. Is that not what we're doing?
Right.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is, if we could help them a little, just try to do it. Because some of the funding they have lost, but they're trying to find other,
But you do
Funded, but-
realize their request is the same?
yeah,
Okay, just wanna make sure.
yeah.
Any other item on there?
I want to speak to my sister's house.
Uh,
I know
Ms.
that
Webb?
they asked for a small increase. They are really, really busy because other
Where?
organizations have.
My sister's
My
house.
They
sister.
stay
Second
full
one.
of domestic violence and, makes you think bad about your community in a way. But they really do need some help. They're begging for stuff for the pantry and stuff like that all the time. And so if we could just give that small increase, it sure would help a lot.
Yeah, if I may, Ms. Wells, my concern with that line item is last year, the board inquired whether or not Edgecombe or Rocky Mount was providing any funds. And we learned that Edgecombe was not, and Rocky Mount had helped pay for a new AC or a roof or something, but had not been given them a regular contribution. So this current year, we're giving $9,200 and Edgecombe is giving nothing. I do know that last year we came to y'all with a grant that they were getting, that they were applying for, and they were gonna give each of the two counties $75,000 for a social worker in the DSS. And when it was decided by, and it was 100% grant money, Edgecombe decided not to do it. They didn't want to add the position and the costs associated with that, I guess. We were then told that they couldn't provide that position for Nash County, if they weren't doing Edgecombe because they had to treat both counties equally. Well, both counties aren't treated equally because we give 9,200 and Edgecombe doesn't give anything.
Well, you know, but
And the fact that Edgecombe decides not to participate in grant money should not be decisive or outcome determinative for whether or not we pursue such a grant. So that was,
I understand all of that, but how can you look at a person and say, you live in Edgecombe County, your husband can beat you every night, I can't take you in? I know that's not, that we have to do that, but we need to, the good book says, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. And I just think that, which Tom J never hit me, but he better not, but I'm just saying that, like, probably ain't hit Paige, because he better not. But the thing about it is,
Then I changed my mind.
how do you put a few dollars on human life?
how about if we match them?
Amanda, don't put that in the paper, please. What
How
I
do-
just said.
How about if we match Edgecombe County up to $10,000?
Well, you know, and I understand Edgecombe, I understand Rocky Mount. My main concern is Nash County. And in a way, I could care less what they do if something like this is involved, and I may be different.
Yeah. Well, I understand your point. My biggest concern is the fact that we were told we couldn't get 75,000 because Edgecombe didn't want to get 75,000.
I mean, they need to go to Edgecombe, they need to go to Rocky
Did we not
Mount.
get it?
No, I think they ended up not
What they
getting the grant.
need to do is just
Or they
operate
repurposed the money.
for Nash County, since Edgecombe County has decided they won't want to participate, then it ought to be, my sister's house ought to be for Nash County.
My recommendation is to keep that one the same.
Is the majority board wish to keep it the same?
Same.
Okay.
I got a question. It has nothing to do with the amount of money. This beaver control money, where does that go? Who, do we spend?
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but there it is, and we have spent up, looks like to me,
Well,
$60,000.
we have funded in the past, beaver control, especially was over in the shops area where they were having some problems. They came to us and requested,
with who?
I can give you the history on the higher amounts. At one point, Nash and Columbus County were gonna lose a position under the state if the counties didn't subsidize those positions. We found out a couple of years ago we were the only county left that was given the extra money, getting the same product, but given extra money for this, for beaver control. So we just decided, you know, why should we continue to pay 10 times more than what other counties are paying for the same?
Who do we pay? I mean, do we
The
pay this
state.
$4,000?
It's the state. It's actually a contract. It's not an application that they do, and I probably shouldn't have put it on. I mean, but this is an outside agency that we pay for beaver control services. And this is most counties have this agreement with the state. So if there's a problem, we can tell our citizens to contact.
Well, I know where there's a problem. I need
Okay.
to know who to contact.
Okay.
Beaver Creek? No.
No, Turkey Creek. If you about got it dammed up, if it keeps on, it's gonna be in our field on one side and somebody else is on the other side.
Well, that opens up the door to let you know that the commissioners applied for and got a grant, 2 grants, to clear out the Tar River and to the mill and Stony Creek. And we let those contracts, they came in under budget. They've done everything on the Tar River up to the mill. They're working on Stony Creek right now. But they've gotten approval, we've gotten approval to program that money to go on the Tar River all the way to the Edgecombe line and to go down to Turkey Creek.
Yeah, I knew they were working on that, but
Yeah,
I don't think in that phase that they take out beaver dams. According to what she
Really?
told me, they don't take out beaver dams, they just,
seems like
so,
We can get you.
anyway, that's another story. I'll
check on that.
give me,
So you okay with leaving the 4,000 in, Dan?
yeah.
All right,
Use it in the right place.
I'm on beavers, I'm getting ready to turn it over to the manager on libraries. Has anybody got anything in between that they want to talk about? Mr. Lamb, you want to start on, you said you want to talk about libraries.
Yeah, this current year, we're paying, Braswell, well, we're transferring the block grant from the state, 135. We've gotten word that that's gonna go down a little bit next year, 129. So whatever that is what we transfer to them. On current expense, this year it's $850. It was based on 2004 or 2002 data, including population. We requested them last year to recalculate based on current population and usage figures. As I suspected, since our population has pretty much remained constant, yet our partners have gone down, our share did go up. And then on top of that, they're asking for 3% for employee raises. Do we have a detail on that? Do you have a?
It's in the, which one, on the new calculations?
Yeah, on how they calculated the new amount.
It's in the,
Part of it is the recalculation and part of it is a 3%.
and the one for Nashville Library, the additional money was for Battle of the Books funding. to-
Yeah, here, it's in here. In the very back
Yes.
of your book, it's recalculated, and then it's 3% on top, intended for employee raises. I think we asked for the recalculation, so, you know, we got what we asked for, and it is a little more.
$48,000 more.
Yeah, about half of that is the recalculation, about half of it's 3% on top of that.
Is all that in here somewhere?
It is, it's in the back, in the,
In the last tab,
but it,
here you go. The recalculation goes to 872, and then you add the 3%, and it goes to 898.
there it is.
This is it.
That's on the,
And then the next page has the recalculation, I think.
My 2 cent worth is, I think we got into a very bad deal
Yeah.
when we started this thing many years ago. And I'm not in favor of increasing what we've already got obligated to do. If there's any way we can back down on it, it would suit me even better.
well, I think based on the charter and the bylaws and the local, the interlocal agreement, we're obligated to do the 872,350. And the 3% is discretionary. Of course, it's all discretionary, I realize. But, I would at least recommend that we go to the reallocated figure that includes usage and population.
Well, how did we enter into a contract so the person or the entity that does things like you're supposed to, get to pay more at the decreasing expense for the partners that may not be doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, if we had not asked them to do the recalculation, I think they would have continued with the 2002, 2004 figures.
Well, did I ask for that, or Mr. Outlaw asked for it? I don't remember.
I was directed to
You don't even answer that question.
ask them to recalculate it, so.
Was that the original agreement, that the formula for the funding? Was that in a contract or some original agreement with the library?
I'm assuming there's an interlocal agreement.
I've never seen it.
I don't think I've ever seen
The
one.
only thing I've ever seen is the funding breakdown, which has been 52, 37, and 11 or 12. And with this change, it would raise us now to 53, City of Rocky Mount 36, and 11.
Right.
And I guess what I think is more important for a formula is who's actually utilizing the library.
I believe they used part of that.
And I would think that,
Registrants, yeah, they used it. That's part of the
well,
formula.
that's the key part of it, who's using it.
We've got 56% of the population and 48% of the usage.
You got, are you
49%.
saying 50%, 56% of the population is from Nash County?
Double counting Rocky Mount residents.
So that's what I'm interested in. What part of it is Rocky Mount within Nash County versus Nash County? Because we've got 7 or 8 other libraries out in the county.
Yeah.
That we don't fund very well now.
Yeah, but they've now taken those
Oh,
over
yeah,
at my
some,
request. Yeah, at our request, yeah. There's 57,000 people in Rocky Mount, and I think the last time I saw a figure, it was right 2/3 are on our side, on the Nash side.
Well, I know, but, you know, on the Nash side, some of it's in the city, some of it's outside the city. I just don't see many people running from the county into to the library. Maybe they are, I just don't see it. I think Rocky Mount should have a larger piece of the funding. From the get-go, like Mr. Davis said, that's been
Well, when you say we got a proportional share, if we keep what we paid, if we were inclined to keep what we pay the same amount, does that not adjust the other proportional share and the budget stays fixed?
It would be up to those other counties to stipulate that they're not increasing theirs unless we increased ours.
I mean, we don't have an obligation to provide X percent of an unknown figure for a 20-year period or 30-year period, I don't think. I know the agreement's bad, but I don't think it's quite that bad. Other comment?
So we have 3 choices. Keep it at last year's 850. Appropriate based on the reallocation of the formula, which would be about 872, or do that plus the requested 3% increase, which makes it 898.
Well, you got 4 choices.
Do nothing?
You can lower
Oh, yeah.
what we did last year. Everybody understand where we are? Pleasure of the board.
What was that last suggestion there? You said
What
a percent.
Yeah, I would say with the recalculation of the formula, the 872 would be without the 3%. So, or 870, whatever it is.
872, 350.
I mean, that is just to maintain, we should have redone this formula years ago, but they were just continuing to use the same methodology, and of course, they're using the same methodology, they've just recalculated the numbers of people and the usage at the library.
Could we table it, Mr. Lamb, until we get whatever memorandum of understanding that y'all are speaking of, if such exists, or determine that it don't exist? Because whatever we agreed to, we need to do, I understand that. But I'd really like to know what exactly we agreed to. I see these percentages, but how, I'm too sure that won't indefinitely. And is the debt service not going on the library? This is just strictly operating expense, I think.
The percentages actually change, should change every year if you recalculate your usage and your population.
But what told us that's how we were gonna do it?
I don't have that document.
Well, let's go
But we
with
can
eight,
find
not the 898, let's go with the 872.
I got no interest in that, Bill.
I don't have any interest in it short of seeing something that commits us to that. And also, I'd request that we get some breakdown of their staffing. You know, what have they done to try to control their spending and not add to their spending? I mean, what was their staffing 2, 3 years, 4 or 5 years ago versus today? I just have always felt like we were way heavy in the library with what funding we're providing.
Okay, you want to put it on hold? You want to do 872?
I would say yes, 872, not 898.
I would say hold it.
Other members?
Hold it.
2 holds, 1.
There's 7 people at the table now. What we want to do?
What information are y'all asking for clarification on?
What we would like to see is what document,
The original point.
the original document that shows what our obligation is with our other 2 partners in the library. Just to be able to review it.
I think the biggest bang for the buck in the library, and maybe I'm wrong, is within the city of Rocky Mount. So why would Rocky Mount not be absorbing a greater percentage of the cost for that library? It sits in the middle of Rocky Mount. Probably the population that utilizes the library is from the city of Rocky Mount, but they pay, now they're going down to 36% of the total cost, and we're coming up to 53%. So we continue to come up with less of our population using the county, because if they're using a library, and I don't know how many people do now, they're probably using the library in Bailey and other areas, Nashville and so forth.
Yeah, one quirk in the formula, just for y'all's information, I might go against my argument, but the calculation does have all of Nash, including those served by these outlying libraries, including Cooley, all of Rocky Mount, but only the portion of Edgecombe under the formula that's in Rocky Mount. And that's because Edgecombe has their own library system. So,
Well, that don't make me feel much better.
I was afraid, but I just wanted y'all to be aware of what I know
Right.
the formula to be.
Sure.
So what I've always said is, if Edgecombe got out of it, and now we're all in Cardinal, I guess, so you can use any, but library in the state that's in Cardinal. If Edgecombe just got out of it and said, we're just gonna fund our own, we would lose that 11%. So it's almost like a little icing from us, from them. They put their state library money in the Edgecombe system. I think they have a branch in Pine Tops.
They do.
But,
Have they got, they don't have a branch in Rocky Mount?
no.
It's in Tarver or the main, what
Well,
they
I
consider
figured
that main
that.
is.
They don't have-
Tarver and Pine Tops, and I don't know about anywhere else.
I believe that's it.
It's probably
They got
all.
one for them.
So the formula, unlike going way west in our county, it doesn't go way east for their county. But it is the Nash, designated state Nash County Library. If y'all wanted to take that 129 and designate Cooley as the state library, you could, but
Yeah, let me
I don't
mention
know.
this comment. I go down there quite a bit. the northern part of Nash County, Red Oak, you know, a lot of people that I know, both black and white, they're using Braswell Library, because I see them in there.
Yeah, that makes sense, because Red Oak
Yeah,
doesn't have a
yeah,
library.
that part of the county, quite a bit of use it.
What can you get
Because
from
the
the library that you
library,
can't
that
get on
one
that thing
in,
right there?
that one in Whitaker's kind of unstable, so the people on the northwestern end, they come to Braswell.
Actually, the Whitaker's library has stabilized.
It has?
We got it
Oh, yeah.
under Braswell, their attendance is up, but they keep good statistics. All our outlying libraries are doing much better now that they're associated with Braswell. More uniform, better supervision of staff, better technology, which Braswell had been helping them with their technology anyway, but now it's all integrated. And as I said, we're going to Cardinal, which is a statewide system, and they'll all be connected. So
Dan, did you say where you were?
Did I say where I was?
Yes, sir.
I didn't.
Would you?
do you want to
Everybody
wait
said but me.
872 or wait?
Wayne and I have, Sue has, Miss Richardson has, I haven't heard from you or Miss Wells.
You heard from me.
I'll tell her from the ones I haven't heard from.
Wait.
It just,
I say wait. I mean, you,
Miss Wells, you have, are you okay to wait?
Yeah.
Okay. Table that one.
Okay. The,
Chairman,
Yes.
can we break for lunch
oh, okay,
for the cold?
I'm almost finished.
How are you?
Yeah.
you better hurry up.
Don't,
Well, I think we got right much discussion because we got some new items added to
Okay.
the list. It's gonna take some time. If we're ready to break, we can break. And we were on, outside the agencies, and I believe we got down to which one? Through the libraries, we finished up.
we did the Braswell Library and just got a short discussion on the other libraries. I think, who is it that asked for more? Nashville?
They did, they asked for more, and their reasoning was for,
Actually, every one of them did, or did y'all increase it by a certain percentage?
Katie Rose from Braswell Library increased all the other libraries except for Nashville and Town of
That's
Nashville.
that's the 3%.
Right.
I got you. Okay.
And Town of Nashville for the Battle of the Books, she wanted to increase, have the, I think, 2 copies of each one of the Battle of the Books to help out with the Nash County system. So they would have them available in the library. And that was the increase.
The little increase on the majority of them is the 3% for
3%.
personnel,
Right,
which we didn't do, or hadn't done anything yet on the big one.
Braswell, yeah.
Yep. I'd probably suggest we didn't do that.
But the issue wasn't whether we were gonna do the 3%, are we gonna maintain the same or do the recalculation? So, in the discussion on Braswell, we weren't talking about the 3%. Because Mr. Belfield,
We took it out.
yeah, his proposal was 872,
I
which
got
is the recalculation.
You go ahead and explain it now.
Yeah, so, you know, I think anytime we can add a little bit to those smaller libraries, it's good. But if you wanna, I mean, 14's fine, but, and then, Gateway is asking for an increase, $14,000.
Are they staffed through Braswell, or are they on their own? The
small
staff at the
libraries,
small
They are
library.
now employees of Braswell, I believe. everything's coordinated.
Well, Nashville's not, is it?
No, Cooley's the only one that's not part of the countywide system being operated by Braswell.
Before we go to the airport, have we decided what to do with this small airport? I mean, the small libraries? Anything?
I say either keep them the same or give them a little, the 14,420. Either one's.
Well, what about this, proposed small library where?
No.
Sir?
Didn't you say something about a small library?
These
the
smaller
proposal for
libraries
this
right
Smaller
here.
libraries.
Oh, I thought you were talking about proposing a new one.
No, sir.
No, well, I understand these here.
Well, see,
No.
if that 420 is designated to salaries and we don't end up doing the big block up at 3% for salaries, how's that gonna be
Well,
received and how's it gonna be handled?
Well, I think when you're talking about a, almost $1.5 million budget versus a $30,000 budget,
They'll find it.
that they can find it, use fund balance, that sort of thing, whereas the smaller libraries, don't enjoy such a fund balance.
I think, well, what y'all wanna do?
Do what's
Too much
recommended
lunch.
here.
Sir?
Too much
lunch.
lunch.
It sound like-
Where's the cot?
Give them the 420.
Does anybody be opposed to giving them each one 15 so it don't look like it's tied to the 3%?
I think that'd be an excellent idea.
Got any problem with that?
Explain that now.
Instead of giving them what calculates to be the 3% that we're still dealing with on the big one, just raise them from 14 to 15.
I would recommend that, and let me tell you why. They are subsidizing these libraries with, that state money. That was my argument the whole time, that, if they had to take a little loss, well, you can use some of that 130,000 state money,
Gotcha.
that we're giving to you, even though we could give it to any
Right.
library. So, I would recommend, increasing that to 15 for those 5 libraries, including Nashville.
You mean you gonna raise Nashville to 15 and not 16 to 80,
Right.
all of them?
Yeah.
Treat them all alike.
They'll be glad to just get an increase. Of course, they're funded by the town.
Any opposition to that?
15 for next year?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Rocky Mount, Wilson Airport, same as last year request. This does show that this year and next year, over a 2-year period, budgets. Your contribution to the runway is 220, 601. As an aside, Vince has worked with the property owner's representative, and we have a contract, and hopefully we can, any problems with that?
No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to close April 15th or 16th.
And I'll have a budget amendment Monday.
Okay, I'm gonna get you a settlement statement hopefully today when I get back or in the morning.
Highway,
Let me ask one question there. Does that 220 and 220, you said we'd do it again next year?
no, that's the total up for a 2-year period.
That's the total for a 2-year period?
Yeah, part of that, match money
We
they
already
needed
had.
in this budget year.
Right, okay, I got it, I remember it now.
And the rest of it gets finished in next budget year. So they had a payout schedule for us.
But we had budgeted that already though.
Yeah, the 220,000 is already budgeted. There's.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. That just shows what you're paying to that outside agency this year.
So nothing for this year.
No, we don't have to act on that. And their current expenses, operation is the same, so. Highway 495, that should be changed to 87. 17 group, they continue to meet. We've done it for 4 years. I wouldn't increase it. They're not asking to increase it.
You attend those meetings, don't you?
I attend some of them. I don't attend all of them because of conflicts, but, yeah, I try to, and James, Salmons, he attends. Carolina Gateway, 322, 370 this year. They're requesting 336. I don't know how y'all want to handle that one.
Is that difference formula driven, or is it a increase in budget?
I think he recalculated. I mean,
It's what?
Looks like they recalculated it, it's in our book. Looks like our percentage was recalculated from 44.82% to 45.48%.
Verify that, don't you?
What page is that?
It's right, I mean, I'm
It's
not,
almost at the very back.
they
Here,
provided
here it
the.
is.
Right, but have you verified it?
The back of your,
he's
No.
changing
I
the
have not.
percentages
Calculated percentages.
based on real
inside.
estate, tax base, and population.
So it's formula driven,
Yes.
okay. But the budget base amount is the same.
What's in the budget currently is 322.
But is his whole budget the same
From the public sector.
for the public sector?
753 is the total for this year. And the request is the same. This page right here has it broken down. 753 each way.
Just one second.
I don't know why.
I think he has it.
No, I'm sorry. No, wait. Press-
Close.
They're going up.
This chart's
was
not
last
exactly
year.
right.
So last year's budget was 732, 370.
Well, actually, that one's
753
wrong.
from the public. Total public
These were the
contribution.
actual funding amounts. Actually, no, we gave 322.
I don't know where they have that, because that top one is wrong, that third column is the 19, no,
It's correct on the back page. With the FY19 funding.
I got you, yeah.
So what do we got again? Amount funded,
This year, 322 was the amount funded, 370, and they're asking for 337,000. Don't understand what that number 6 in that is talking about. It's like they forgot to take it out. It says private sector funding runs a campaign and financial commitments in a 5-year cycle. We're in the 2nd year of that cycle.
that ain't correct. They in the last year, that's right.
That must just stayed in there last couple of years.
Must have. Can we tell if the total amount that the 5 partners putting in or requested this year is the same amount that they were requested last year, or has the
Yes.
budget
Some
gone
of that
up?
back page.
One more page.
Right there.
What I don't understand is the stats on the first page of that letter. We changed 66 0.66%, and we went up. Rocky Mount
Went down.
went down, okay, and they stayed the same, I got you.
But Edgecombe only went up 0.03, and they've asked for 5,000 more. Makes you kinda wonder about the numbers.
It does. That's what I keep looking at. I would suggest we fund it at the same amount we did last year on a quarterly basis.
Okay. Anybody got any problem with that? Same funding as last year. We'll appropriate the entire amount in the budget and see what happens in the future
On a quarterly basis.
on a quarterly basis. Everybody okay with that?
How you been doing it, paying it?
Quarterly.
Is
Oh, no,
it
monthly. Quarterly or monthly?
Quarterly.
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 Well, that's what y'all said yesterday was quarterly. Moving back over there, the ones we have remaining are new requests, or whoever knows the most about it, I think we'd want some kind of background on that, and I know you got it in here, but anybody studied those, or do we just need to read them?
Donna, knows them better than anybody.
Actually, they reached out through Susan Phelps, and just asked for an application for the funding,
Which group?
all
All three of 'em?
Mhm.
We just take them one at a time, pause, read what you got. And everybody understand this is a new request by the next three that we're looking at. We hadn't funded before.
A touch of the Father's Love, Peacemakers, and United Way for the 211 phone.
Information on them. So that there's that. Yeah, so this is where it starts right here. That's the first one that's requested. One more.
Okay.
That's the start of it.
So this is the food pantry we've heard so much about, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's
That's my
right.
understanding.
Which is now gonna move to Spring Hope, I saw recently. One thing they've advertised is that they provide food for people in Halifax, Edgecombe, Nash, and maybe that was all the counties, but it was multiple counties. I wonder if they made a request of each county. We wouldn't know, I guess, would we?
She didn't indicate on the detail of requested, she just indicated Nash.
It says developing solutions to hunger in Nash and Edgecombe counties.
One of the news articles I've read recently had Halifax in there, which where it's at, I guess I'd understand somewhat. If it does say Nash and Edgecombe, thank you, Vince.
Yeah, where it's going though, you would think Franklin County.
If it had one, yeah. I'm not sure if that was, seemed like they're going somewhere, and I guess that's where they're gonna end up being. Comments?
Let me see.
I just got a comment, and I don't know what, there's all sorts of organizations out there. And you start and you keep adding. So where do you draw the line?
That's a board decision.
And everything's good, you know, but you can't fund everything all the time.
Yep, understood. Other comments? I think we did eat too much.
They're not,
Ms. Belfield?
they're not asking for that much, cause, $10,000 is,
Food pantry,
can be a big,
we talking about food pantry.
since it's for feeding the hungry, I would say fund it.
Why don't we reach out to them and find out what other counties they're serving and see if they've made a request of those counties? And maybe if we wanted to support it, we could support up to a certain amount contingent upon those other counties possibly supporting it as well.
I think we generally like to do it that way, Mr. Outlaw.
Rather than us just taking it on
Right.
our own. I mean, 10,000 is a pretty good sum of money. I would be more thinking a couple of thousand, assuming other counties were on board with it. But I mean,
Well, it appears like the only one they're asking is Nash County.
well, that's
The
pretty
only one that's
normal.
on there.
I don't know, I know the paper said that, but I didn't realize they were providing food anywhere but in
Do
Nash
they
County.
serve Edgecombe, Nash, Franklin, not Franklin, but Halifax? Are those the three counties?
Well, this says Nash and Edgecombe. An article that I've read recently in the paper when they were telling about moving Springfield, had Halifax on the list as well.
I would be okay with partnering if other counties were participating, if they were getting some benefit from it like we are. But, you know, just to go at it alone, I don't think that's a good idea.
Majority of you okay with that? Table it?
Table it upon the request to find out if other counties are funding.
Yes, sir. All right, see no opposition, we'll table it and look into it a little bit more. Next item is, Peacemakers, which also serves Nash and Edgecombe County.
And this request is to help support the Freedom School.
I know they do this in Tarboro as well. The
That's right.
Freedom
They just
Freedom
started
School
it
started in Tarboro
last year.
last year. Wayne, you think we ought to do the same with this?
Great programs, I
It
think
is,
it's,
absolutely.
they have a lot of good programs, but I would like to see, you know, other people supporting the program. They may be, I don't know.
We can check on that one too.
You would especially think the city of Rocky Mount would be supporting this program,
And I'm not
since
sure.
it is in South Rocky Mount.
Right. And I know we do Freedom Schools with the JCPC program. I'm not sure if this is something that's,
I think it's the same.
Now, I mean, let me
Well, it
Says
says
we
here,
got 57.5 from
Let me read
Nash and
my
Edgecombe,
information
JCP,
right.
yeah,
and 50,000 from Edgecombe County Public Schools.
right. Yeah, I do recall that, in one of the meetings I was in over there, they did explain that Edgecombe County Schools gave them $50,000 to start having a school in Tarboro, and they weren't getting support from Nash Rocky Mountain School. You recall that way?
I heard, yeah, I've heard that.
So Edgecombe County Public Schools putting $50,000 in. That's Edgecombe County money, because that's where the schools come from.
Well, I mean, shouldn't Peacemakers be dealing with the school system on something like that? I mean,
They've tried, I think.
I think they have tried. No, I know they have, because they indicated they had.
and so where would that put us with that? I mean, that's between those two entities that,
I'm not sure who supports the Freedom School over here. I mean, where do they get their money for that?
They do a lot of fundraising, I can tell you that.
A lot of the churches do our church.
But if they're getting
A lot of
money,
churches.
50,000 from Edgecombe to do their Freedom School over there, you would think that there's a pipeline of funds that they've designated for the Freedom School over here.
Well, it is, and I'm pretty sure the majority of it is through contributions.
Is that the program they conduct in the summer, the reading program,
sir.
where they've increased their reading proficiency,
Yep, it
like
is.
in 6 weeks, 2 or
Right.
3 years?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great program.
7 weeks.
I'm just remembering from
Sure.
discussing it previously.
Right.
I can't imagine why the school system would not want to be involved in something that's showing those kinds of results. I mean, their
Well, they even
results are
offered in
unbelievable.
the, Wolford School, situation, they offered to, have their organization help them with that. But they're just their kids at the same time. And I don't think it was received too well either.
I don't understand that.
I don't either. Really don't.
But it is a good organization.
What I'm looking at here, or what I see coming from Edgecombe County, I don't have any problem with this request. But what the rest of the board wanna do?
What is City of Rocky Mount putting into this?
I don't think anything either.
Well, shouldn't they have some participation, especially based on location?
Well,
Have they
it normally,
requested from the city, anything from the city?
not that I know of, but generally
That's
what
what
they
I'm
do.
thinking, that they haven't.
But if the primary focus is to, improve performance in schools, it's normally not a municipality function to assist and that kind of, it's normally a county function rather than a city function. And of course, we're moving away from that direction. I don't want to contradict our
That's a good point.
message by doing that. Am I making sense? So you're looking at me, oh, okay. We're headed in the direction where our county schools will be totally funded by the counties. To go back and ask for that, I think would almost be against what our message has been.
Well, this is a good program.
And you see Edgecombe County Public Schools putting $50,000 in it, and our request is 10. The JCP funding, as we all know, definitely comes, from both counties because it's a bi-county organization.
Well, if we do provide some funding here, possibly at our, maybe not at our next, but at one of our joint meetings with the school board, maybe we could share some information on the success that they're having with this Freedom School.
Right.
And just kind of ask them, why are you guys
I think we could do that.
not seeing any benefit in getting on board with this
Sure.
program?
It would show good on behalf of the commissioners to bring something like that up to the school board, I think. What you wanna do?
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. How the rest of you feel? Fred?
Okay, what, funding?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a problem with it.
Mary Lou, Sue?
I'm okay.
The full 10,000? Is that the intent?
Commissioner Leggett?
Okay with it.
Full 10?
Yes. It might be, well, I won't make this statement. Might be one or two times we're on the positive side of an equation.
United Way Tar River Region 211 phone system. Well, what is it?
Yeah,
What
it's,
It's a referral program
Yeah,
that,
that's what it is.
that you dial 211, and you always got an operator that talks to you. But if you,
right.
I remember a little bit about it from my time on the board, but not much. Go ahead and explain it.
I was just reading through what this funds would support, and it's a 24-hour per day, 365 days per year information referral program for local citizens that provides valuable health and human service information through a live operator in multiple languages or website by providing a single portal for local citizens, ensuring that they get help in locating needed services or support.
But we are now a how many county organization, Mr. Lamb? I know we're Edgecombe, Nash,
Just to,
you sure? I'm thinking about Red Cross, right, just two. Yeah, I was thinking there were more, but I'm thinking about Red Cross, but United Way is indeed two. Should we ask the same question, you think?
I would say you fund them at some small level, whether that's 1,000, 2,500, 5,000.
Well, does anybody know if the same request was made to a partner in this organization?
I don't know that.
Well, is any of their operating costs covered through anything other than what they get in contributions from various entities that raise money for them?
Yeah, they got several pots of money that come into there.
Where would it come from?
Some of it's state funded.
Hurricane relief.
Hurricane relief.
They were involved in that for.
Government,
For Matthew.
agencies?
Right.
And also like Cummins, of
Well,
course, is the
I
big.
mean, let me clarify, I mean like Edgecombe, Rocky Mount, Nash, governmental agencies, Halifax, whoever.
It would be state hurricane relief money. Some of it's run through United
Is
Way.
this the first time we've ever had a request?
To my knowledge, it is.
Why now?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Do you know, Mr. Lamb? I know you serve on the board.
Yeah, I do not know why they're asking now. I'm not sure.
They raised like
Speculate.
1.2 million or so,
Yeah,
and they kind of give it away, so.
to 24
Wow.
agencies, and their overhead's about 15%, including advertising and marketing and salaries,
That's wrong with that.
which is a good ratio.
This program is not new. They've had it for many years. I guess they've been funded out of the regular budget. And I want to think they get some type of, you've been on a shorter time than I was back there. I mean, but I really think they get some kind of funding out of telephone revenue, if I recall correctly, but I don't know that.
It indicated somewhere, I saw, 10,000 would fund it for 1 year, so it doesn't appear that they're asking others.
That's what
Is that
number
just
3
for the
said.
call center within whoever will call from Nash County?
I'm sorry, what?
This call center, or the 211, that's just what's located in Nash County, or?
I don't think it is in Nash
Is there-
County. I think it's statewide.
Okay.
Platform for the NC Care 360 for statewide network.
Is this different from United Way? Did the United Way contributions not go any to support this 211 call center?
Well,
I mean,
they must,
maybe I missed
because
that.
we've had it for many years and they've been doing it out of the regular budget.
So,
Yes.
I'll rest my case.
Okay. Right. It seems like we may not want to fund it. Is that what I'm reading?
I mean, everybody's already given to United Way.
Right.
Not everybody, but a lot of us, and
True. Well, I recall many years ago when United Way started, they sold it on the premises. You're gonna get asked by one person to contribute, and all your other requests gonna go away. You won't get called by anybody else. But that worked for you
Don't
too?
count
Huh? Don't count on that, correct. Is that a no?
United Way?
No for me.
All right, Dan? No? Ms. Leggett?
I don't know enough about the project.
Okay. Anybody real opposed to us not funding this one? I'm asking it every way I know how to
Yeah.
ask.
They try to help organizations that are out there with a worthy cause. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to funding.
Have we done this before?
Pardon? We have not.
You know, this is the first time
They
they ever.
paid for it through their
It's
contribution.
not a donation to United Way, it's to that.
Well, it's to United
For
Way to
that
be
one-
used for that
For that
purpose.
one purpose.
Correct. Did you say not interested, Ms. Richards? I think the majority of us are not interested in that one. Go ahead, sir.
So that leaves the two certain things as the Braswell main appropriation and a touch of the Father's love. Is there anything else on that list that we need to go back to?
What did y'all do with the Highway 487-17?
Kept it the same as what I recommend.
What did we say we were gonna do with Braswell now?
We were supposed to check on.
See if there's a written agreement.
Yeah, look at the written.
Agreement.
Operating agreement, original MOU.
Right.
All right, what's next, sir?
Audio visual, equipment upgrade.
She could buy a store, but now she didn't eat lunch.
That was back on the former page, I think.
All we have is on the capital.
Right. It's on,
Page 4.
page 4. Fold out page 4.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so I have some handouts for you, just to follow along. These are the bulleted items that we're gonna be talking about, and then these are pictures that, hopefully, if I got the order right, follow along in the same order as the bulleted items. Now, I have an answer to your question from yesterday. Is it appropriate now to answer that? Would you like me to go ahead and answer from yesterday? Okay. So your question yesterday was who else is doing the cyber recovery that we're proposing? So to
Same,
give
that's
you,
same, I had too.
so to give you some history into the cyber recovery that we have, that cyber recovery vault is specific to the backup solution that we have in Nash County. So there are lots of different backup solutions out there in other counties. So you have to look at the counties that have our same backup solution to see whether or not they're using the vault. So in addition to that, the price for this cyber recovery vault has been out there so far that it wasn't even an option. We never considered it. 6 months ago, Dell reduced the price on it and made it much more affordable. Dell's very much aware of the fact that this is the budget time that everybody starts looking at their budgets. So given that information, the fact that they dropped that price and they advertised that they were dropping the price on it and made it more affordable, we now have several counties that are going forward with making the same request that we're making to put it in the budget for next year. Some of those counties are Durham, Pender, us, of course, and there was one other that escapes me. So they're requesting the same thing we're requesting in their budgets for next year, whether or not they get approved, same boat that we're in. What else can I tell you? The other entities have similar solutions that they're using, but for this specific cyber recovery backup, it's specific to the backup that we use. But other counties have similar situations that they're utilizing. Now, I will tell you, if it's, I mean, I know you've got a lot to think about. You got a lot of numbers to juggle. If you need to, we can bump it to next year and revisit it next year. And I have a contingency in place, not as nice as this one, that'll get us by until next year when we're able to revisit it.
Is that a second backup?
Essentially, I budgeted for cloud storage for next year. And so what we could do is just regroup. If we're gonna bump this one to next year, we could regroup and use that cloud storage differently than what we were planning on using it for, and send our critical data to the cloud. If we're careful and frugal, we can find a solution that will give us the air gap that we need to secure that data during transfer and keep it separate from our network. It's a very manual process versus this being very automated. But that is an option that I wanted to make available to you. If you want to bump it till next year, then I'll go to the contingency plan that I have in place.
You know, if no other county has actually implemented it yet,
Not yet.
and because it's new, if we wait 1 year, we will at least have the experience of those other counties. So,
If we do choose to do that, I would like to bump that line item up some. I had budgeted for 10 terabytes at 5,000. I would like to bump that up to a higher amount if that's doable.
so it was $500 per terabyte?
Essentially, we have roughly 40 terabytes of data that we have to manage. I was calculating 10 terabytes in that 5,000, so I would like to be able to bump that as much as
To 20.
you would allow.
Okay, I would recommend, Board, that we not fund that this year. We see what the experience is of the other counties that may or may not go, and that we increase her terabyte budget to 20,000. Take out the 63, add 15.
How do we feel about that?
15,000 to the already 5,000,
There's already 5 in there,
right?
and she needs, for 10 terabyte, and she needs 40 terabyte.
I didn't get, she needed 40.
I didn't either.
No, it's specific,
Maybe
10
I got it
terabytes
wrong.
of cloud storage, 5,000.
How much terabyte of space do you need?
Well, if which even with the vault, we weren't planning on doing the whole entire 40 terabytes. And again, that decision hasn't been made as far as what we have to identify as being critical business. I would at least like to take it to, say, 25 terabytes. We manage a total of about 40 terabytes of data. And that's if we were to cover everything. But we had no intention of doing that even with the vault.
So 12.5 would pay for 25 terabytes.
Should, yes.
She's already got some.
I've got
Yeah.
5,000 budgeted, so I would at least like to double that, if
10.
not just a little bit more.
To
To
10,000.
take it to 10 to 15.
So let's make it 12,500 total, so add another
Like
7,500.
I'm at an auction.
So we take out 63, we add in 7,500 to that line item that already has 5,000.
Okay, 7,500.
Any objection to that?
I got no problem with that, but will never buy a new car the first year it comes out.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
got to get it in simple terms to understand it.
Okay, I got it. But I appreciate that, and we'll make that work.
All right?
Now, on to the audiovisual. So again,
Some
you've got a
reason you
bulletin.
seem awful excited about
I
this.
am extremely excited, and I will tell you that I'm just thrilled that you're even considering it again. So what I've done is I've laid out the bulleted items that I'm gonna address. You've got a separate sheet that shows you the different pictures. Hopefully the pictures are in the same order as the bulleted items that we're gonna go over. What I did was I pulled out, this This proposal has a whole lot of bells and whistles and upgrades attached to it. What I tried to do was pull out the things that were the most interesting, the most relatable, the most visual in the room to point out to you so that you could relate to it. And then I'm also going to pass this around, and I didn't want to waste, we're kind of like the, MIS is kind of like the color copy police, so I only made 2 copies that we can just pass around to share. But what these show you, the 2 pictures that are the commissioner's room show you the quality of the pictures from the cameras that are in existence in that room. The other picture on each of these pages shows you the quality that will be available once we do this upgrade and we have digital in that room.
It's ugly in there.
That's the before that.
So each sheet has the good and the bad?
Yes.
Or the good going down one side?
There are 2 cameras in that room, and so each one is a different view of the camera.
Before, the bottom is after.
Okay, so the way we approach this project is we got our 3 quotes that we normally do. Out of those 3 quotes, it was kind of like the 3 bears. We had one really good, one not so good, and one really awful. So out of those 3 quotes, we visited with each of the vendors that came on site. We went over the same information with each of the 3. And the quotes that we got back, one didn't meet spec at all. One almost met spec. It left out one key component, and it was $14,000 more. So we went with our middle quote, which had everything that we wanted. And we'll talk about those numbers in just a few minutes. Okay. So just going down the list, what we're proposing is to replace the 2 existing cameras in the room with 3 high-definition robotic pan-tilt zoom cameras, which you'll see a picture on your sheet. We're also replacing the document camera with a new low-profile, unobtrusive camera. That's the second picture on your sheet. We're also putting in, there's a freestanding mic, if you've ever noticed it. It's a black freestanding mic that sits right next to that document camera. That's getting replaced with a little microphone bud that will reside right there at the table, and so everybody can quit running into the mic and tripping on it. And the purpose, in case you don't know, the purpose of that mic in the first place is that when people move, they're presenting and they move to the document camera, we lose them on the mic, and so that mic's there to pick up, because they 9 times out of 10 will stand over the document camera and talk, and we have trouble getting them on the mic. Also, the cameras and the media source will be routed to a computer which will contain live production switcher software. That will enable us to record, do live streaming, and allow titling of the video on the fly, as well as doing your 3rd level captioning, your lower 3rd captioning. Now, I want to point out that we do a lot in that room other than commissioners' meetings. We have all kinds of presentations, employee training, and that sort of thing, and we like to record those sessions. So even though we might not be ready to live stream the commissioners' meetings, there are other events that take place in that room that we would like to have that ability to do. The current projector will be replaced with a maintenance-free, high-definition laser projector where the bulb never needs replacing. Yes. You can imagine how hard it is to replace the bulb in that projector. Board members' monitors on the dais will be replaced with high-definition monitors, and I believe we went with something that's just slightly bigger than what's already there. The old CRT TVs that are up on the sides of where the commissioners sit will be replaced with we're going to take both of those out and replace it with one 60-inch high-definition monitor that's going to be mounted up on an articulating arm. That's for the purpose of the person doing the presenting so that they can easily see their presentations.
So now there are 2.
There are 2,
You're gonna have one.
if you paid attention to them, unless you really know they're there, you don't really see them. But
Right.
there are 2 old CRT TVs sitting up in little cubbies
Right.
above your heads. One doesn't even work and hasn't for some time.
Right.
So we're proposing taking out both of those We're gonna seal in those holes, and then we'll replace and just put one 60-inch monitor up on the wall.
Which will
And
be viewed by the audience.
it could be, its purpose is for the presenter, but the audience could also view it.
Okay, I got you. So this is for the presenter.
This is
Man.
specifically for the presenter so they can see what they're
You're still
presenting.
gonna have something for the audience.
Correct.
On
We're
both
getting,
sides.
yes, sir. We're getting to that one. That's
Okay.
actually the next item,
They'll have 90-inch.
or almost the next item. We're also proposing putting in a 60-inch high-definition monitor that'll be mounted in the hallway for real-time viewing of what's taking place in the commissioner's room. That's for overflow situations. We don't encounter those very often, but every once in a while we'll have an overflow situation where we limit who can go into that building or go into that room, and so this would cover being able to show the people standing around in the hallway what's going on inside the room.
Plus, you could keep a running calendar on that.
That's another item. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
different item.
Y'all quit getting ahead of her.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so then next we are taking out the large flat screens that are on the sides of the room. We're taking those out, filling in those holes, and we're gonna mount two 90-inch TV monitors on reticulating arms that will be angled out to the audience.
You say the two you're taking out, you called them large. What size are they?
I don't know what size, those are old projection screen type.
But they're not large.
No, they're not large enough for that room,
Right.
and they're not angled properly
Right,
for that
okay,
room.
okay.
This will fix that problem.
That was really what started this, in my mind, was just some complaints we were getting about those two monitors.
Right. In addition to that, we're proposing two vertical digital signs be placed at each door in the hallway leading into the commissioner's room. That is for digital signage to give us a calendar and an agenda. You can place the agenda of what's taking place in the room. You can place a calendar of what's taking place in the room on those digital signs for people to see. It does away with the paper copy that we keep adding outside the door on that little stand. We can do away with that and put up digital signs that can be managed from someone's desktop, and they can just change whatever you want to appear on that for the agenda, for calendar items, so on and so forth. We're also, the audio processing will be replaced with updated digital auditing that will enable precise control of individual mics. For some time now, we've had an issue with, there's one control for the mics. All the mics are controlled centrally. It's either all mics up, all mics down, and what we're proposing is to have individual control of each mic. Where that comes as an issue is when somebody's presenting, sometimes we'll get presenters that'll just practically eat the mic. And they also project really loudly. And then we have some that are very soft-spoken. Some of our commissioners are more soft-spoken than others. We would have the ability to turn some mics up and other mics down. So one of the other things that we're adding are the video inputs at the podium. We'll have HDMI as well as the VGA that we currently have. We have VGA now. We're adding HDMI. A lot of people will come now, and VGA is an old technology. They don't have VGA ports on their laptops when they bring them in, but they do have HDMI. So we'd have the ability to hook up an HDMI. The speakers, microphones, projector screen, press feeds, amplifiers are all remaining the same. We're reusing that equipment. Now, the price that we're about to talk about does not include construction costs. And the construction costs being those costs of filling in those holes when we take out those TVs and monitors. So what should be a generous guesstimate of that construction work that's involved, I think Mike Tolson, before he left when we looked at this last year, guesstimated that $10,000 should be a good solid number to be able to fill in those holes. So what we're saying is that you would have to add whatever construction costs to the number that we're getting ready to look at. Okay, on the summary sheet, the project summary sheet. Jonathan went through and identified everything that was PEG-related, all of the items that are used to produce the PEG channel programming. All of those items, equipment, add up to $33,542.10. All of your cable hardware, programming, installation, design, project management, shipping and handling, all of that can be used for PEG. So what that does is it brings our PEG production items to 50,012.08. The non-PEG attributable items are 48,27.27, making the total cost of the project 98,39.35.
Candy, I have a question. Of course, non-PEG means general fund. The equipment non-PEG related 48,000. Is that all the TV screens, basically?
No. No, I mean, I can tell you individually which
Yeah,
items
if you
are
could break down
PEG-related.
what the county dollars are as opposed to the PEG dollars.
That,
The 48,000?
oh, okay, yeah, I can identify what's PEG and what's not out of the quote, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I just want to identify the 48,027.27.
Okay, do you want me to do that now or just give
Sure,
you a written?
sure, if you could do it right now.
Okay, well, there's some items that, like I didn't pull out of here that are related to PEG, but I can tell you what they are.
I want the things not PEG.
Okay. Just one other thing that I was gonna mention to you, that from the project summary, is that there are some items that we could eliminate from our portion, the non-PEG portion, the 48,000 part. Roughly about $6,000 we could eliminate if we needed to. We don't want to, but we could if you need us to. That would eliminate the overflow in the hall, the 2 digital signs, and we're also proposing drop-down mics in the audience. Oftentimes, especially in training and presentations that are done to the audience and to the employees, we'll have Q&A sessions at the end of those, and we can't get them. Mr. Davis is extremely good about asking people to come to the podium during commissioners' meetings. However, when we're doing other sorts of presentations and training, those questions, we get one side of the conversation because people stand up in the audience and ask questions. We can't get those on the recording that we're trying to do for training purposes. So with drop-down audience mics that can be turned off when not needed, we can pick up that Q&A session or any comments that come from the audience.
When they're not being used, they're up and then you bring them down, or are they always hanging?
We've gotten proposals both ways, having, they're very unobtrusive. They're much like you see in church and choir lofts. And we have gotten quotes on doing reticulating ones.
So of the 48, you're saying you could save 6,000.
We could take 6,000 just by eliminating those items. Now, when we get into trying to eliminate other items in this quote, some of the things are dependent upon each other. So it gets a little trickier with the other things that we might try to eliminate out of this total proposal.
Gotcha.
Okay, so in answer to your question about what's non-PEG,
I think you answered my question
Okay.
by what you told us we could possibly take out. I was just trying to see if the non-PEG dollars,
we could, yes,
was
we
there
could
any
reduce
savings
that.
for the county if they took something out, and you said $6,000 worth of equipment?
We could.
You
The
answered my question.
The monitor outside would not be owned unless we had an overflow situation, is that correct?
That's entirely up to you. That's a choice. We make it that way, or we could have it on all the time.
Okay, the three,
I wouldn't think you'd want it on all the time.
I wouldn't either.
where would that monitor be?
Where, if you're looking at the wall, you've got, if I'm facing the wall, the space that allows for a monitor would be that first door coming out of your office. There's a lot of blank wall there that we would be able to,
Okay.
that would be the prime spot for this monitor to be.
And where would the other two be?
The digital signs would be mounted outside each door, each entrance into the commissioner's room.
Recently, I was at an event where they had a large overflow, and the government agency had set up some temporary monitors in 2 locations to cover the overflow. but they were very small and only 10% of the overflow crowd could see the monitor. So I think it's great to have that when you got an overflow situation, because it's generally gonna be something that's controversial, and everybody that took the time to go there wants to be able to see what's going on.
Right.
So I really like that idea. I didn't even know you were doing that, but we won't have it much, hopefully. We won't use it much, hopefully, but I certainly think it would be a great thing to have.
That was Jonathan. Jonathan suggested that we do the overflow, which is an excellent idea.
Right. I certainly wouldn't want it on if you didn't need it, because then you'd have all the employees standing out there in the hall watching what's going on.
It's optional.
Yeah.
What else can I tell you?
Questions?
Well, if we're gonna do it, I say we fund it and don't start cutting things out of it. You do it up like it's supposed to be.
Mary, you know, we've recently done that in the church, and you know the mics, and they got them on the back wall, got them on the front wall. I personally don't like that stuff in churches, but
Most of them like it, we got some people
I
don't
know
like
most
it.
of them don't like it.
It's wonderful, you don't have to worry about opening the book, nothing, you know, what the preacher's talking about, he does all these illustrations.
Preacher doesn't even use the book anymore. He stands there, looks on the back wall, preaching about it. We used to have a clock up there so he'd know when 12 o'clock came, but don't even have that anymore.
The 3 cameras, right now there are 2 cameras. This proposal has 3 cameras. There'll be 2 mounted in the back, one for wide shots, one for close shots, and then there'll be a replacement for the one that's up front.
It is, you know, naturally, sometimes I'll go back and watch the video of our meetings to try to pick up something that I missed. And it is annoying to have the delay between cameras switching to the speaker to what the open shot is, but there's no way to avoid that with the way we're doing it now. I'm not critical on that, but that would be a very nice feature too, particularly if you're going back, and a lot of people go back and review those at a later date.
Yes, they
The
do.
public, quite frankly, they do.
I do. And I will tell you, with the existing system, Jonathan has to put forth probably a couple hours worth of conversion time with the existing system in order to convert it into something that's usable. This would eliminate that long conversion process.
I hear that complaint quite a bit from another entity about the conversion time on recordings, so.
Where would the screen again be in the hallway for public viewing out there?
If you're
it were on?
looking, if you're standing in the hallway looking at the commissioner's room
Yeah,
entrances,
between the 2 doors?
it wouldn't be in the middle, it would be more on the end of that first door closest to the county manager's office.
Okay.
There's more wall space there.
And it's a 60-inch screen.
Yes, sir.
If you really had a situation that you had a lot of overflow, would a larger screen possibly be better? Be more visible? I mean, if you had 60 inches on this wall, and our hallway's not this wide, and people were spread down it, would something like a 90-inch and
A 60-inch is going to be,
is
I
that
don't
big
know
enough,
if
you
you've,
think?
I don't know if you've had an opportunity to be in the county manager's conference room recently. We replaced that TV. That is a 60-inch that's in the county manager's conference room now. I don't know if anybody's had an opportunity to go in there. It's a pretty good size for overflow. It would, and where it's going to be mounted, which would be up, I think it would be a good size for that
If you ever had
wall
to, you
space.
could always replace it with a
We
larger
could.
one.
That is very true.
I think the real ratio you need to look at is the depth of the
Yeah.
room, which we
Right.
don't have much depth.
Right.
I think it would be great. I think it would be plenty big in that case.
If you had a longer space
Oh, yeah, you'd
and a
want it
bigger
bigger.
screen, then you could accommodate more
Yeah,
people.
well, like in the commissioner's room itself,
Yeah.
the size they got, I'm sure you could view it good from the back then.
And we don't want to overwhelm what space we do
Yeah.
have in that one location.
So,
The portraits are more towards the other door, so this is
Okay.
the only wall space option that we have.
Do you have $48,028 in this year's budget?
I do not.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I would have to hunt long and hard for that one.
I recommend we go forward with this project as proposed.
I'd have a lot of problem with it if it was $98,000 was what the cost was, but of course the others, I still don't quite understand what PEG money is, but I'm sure it's money that somebody's gonna get if we don't take it somewhere to go somewhere else.
PEG is a grant, and it's the Public Access Government Access Channel.
Right.
Public Education Government Access Channel, where we produce the programming that goes on those channels.
And we've confirmed that this amount is available, I'm sure.
It's eligible cost.
It's in our
Eligible.
reserves, the majority of it. I mean, I can double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, in other words, you'll get money all along. It's got to be spent on certain
Right, we
things
have
like
to.
other income streams that we have. I got you.
When we presented this last time, probably a year ago, to your point, it was $98,000, and we didn't allocate for PEG dollars. So they went back, realized that some of this cost could be used, we could use PEG dollars for it, so.
If we didn't spend it on this, what else could it be spent on?
What do we generally spend money on, PEG money on? Equipment?
Partially my salary comes out of there. Anything that gets programs produced to go on our cable channel. That's what the money can be used on. So that's equipment, the servers that actually show the programming, and then myself for producing the programming.
Are you having to take a pay cut if we take all this money?
Hope not.
No, sir.
They gave me on that. All right, what you wanna do, boy?
Go for it.
Do it.
Anybody opposed to it? Go for it.
Sweet. Did I say that out loud?
You did.
I heard you.
Thank you very much.
We don't get to make anybody quite as happy as you are today, man. Take pleasure in it.
Actually, she broke even.
Thank
She broke even. She got 48,000 in county dollars. We saved 63, and we gave her 7,500.
You know this is the money we took away from you a while ago, don't you? For some vault you been talking about?
She planned it that way. Makes it look good.
It could well be true.
Okay, next on the agenda, capital project, 5-year capital plan.
Yeah, break it.
Huh?
Break it.
I've had several on a 12-minute break, so let's take a 12-minute break. Mr. Lamb, go ahead, sir.
It'll take him a while, dude.
First of all, we got two things I want to talk about here is our capital projects committee and our 5-year capital project, CIP, or, more for, Commissioner Leggett's benefit. Back in 2016, we had 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 ongoing capital projects, and
No, they were on a list. They weren't ongoing.
well, they were on a list. They were in different levels of completion or planning, and it was suggested that we form a capital projects committee or something to that effect, just to better organize so we can keep a track of each of the various projects. You can see on page 1 there, we added a couple that, like the jail roof and the EMS station that we had just, actually that was finished right when we formed the committee, but this is pretty much everything since we formed the committee. Every 2 weeks, we get together, probably about 10 or 12 of us that have an interest in one of the projects. And we update and then figure out what we need to get done. And so it's worked out really well. You can see we've just added the Southern Nash Senior Center to that. It's 99.9% complete, but we wanted to have it on here for this retreat, so we went ahead and put it on there.
Well, since that time, you've basically completed a little over $20 million worth of project. That's fabulous.
The show been finished?
And we don't have the I don't think we have the courthouse on here, so that's another 14.
No, you got that on it, first item.
He's talking about this
It's talking
sheet
about
right
this
here.
other list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you
Talking
got
about
something,
here.
No, I got it.
you got something that I don't hear?
I'm looking at the wrong sheet. I'll find it.
Yeah, so you can just see, you'll get, if you haven't been getting this, Commissioner Leggett, should receive this once a month, right?
Status report.
We do it every other week, but we send it to the commissioners once a month in the status report.
So at some point you'll update this to show the T-hanger status with what's,
Once, there's only one thing on, oh, well, there's two things on here I think we need to, well, we got three things. We got the, no. We got about 2 or 3 things here we are gonna be starting in the very near future. T-hangers aren't one of them.
no, but that's, we've provided some funding as of others to build some T-hangers out at the airport, correct?
No,
Actually, we didn't, but it still should be on here.
but we got it on here as a
And
placeholder
they're out
Like
there.
our funding was for the runway.
Yeah.
for the runway.
And that project is, out to bid now with the run.
That project is funded through the state.
Right, but it's out to bid now, cause I happen to see it on
I
the
think it ought to
bid
be on
document.
here too.
The other land that the county owns, and may own, it's where the T-hangers will go. So,
Be
at that
nice to
point,
keep it on here to status so
probably
we
sell it
can see
back to the
timeline
airport.
for getting all that done.
Unless it's our T-hangers, I don't know. But, so yeah, you can see the projects we've got ongoing. One, I think we need to, appoint a committee and start looking at is the animal shelter expansion. Obviously, we're gonna have ongoing work, over the next 4 months with the ag building. We're finishing up the courthouse expansion. We're gonna have an ongoing jail, effort. I know Jonathan and Mike have already started meeting with them and doing whatever they need done, at the detention center. Got high-speed internet, the Elm Street project, the debris removal that I've talked about. And then on the last 2 pages, these are just things that we see in the future that will require some county funds.
Have we made any headway on the convenience center plan? One-
That's been on hold. I mentioned that at the last, projects meeting, that since we got shot down,
Just trying to find land.
It's gonna be hard to find land in the area we want it in because of its proximity to the airport.
Really.
Yeah. You got to be a certain distance, I think 10,000 feet.
But we're not giving up.
No, we're not giving up. Really a great location is the Tyson location right off of 95, but it's so proximity to Vic's is too close.
did you give them this? Okay,
Animal shelter,
I just mentioned it.
you mentioned it, but you wanted to mention it more today.
Well, I told them we needed to, in the very near future, appoint a committee to start looking at that project.
But they want to go forward on it.
They didn't object when I said that.
Okay.
So,
I think the animal shelter, the commissioners would get a lot of positive response from our public if we would try to get that thing going, because it's not a huge expenditure for what I've seen.
well, we put that as an amount, you know, you can, different counties approach it different. You know, we want functionality, not a Taj Mahal, and, so we just put 400. It could end up being 600 or,
Did we have any thought of doing it with a partner? Was there any thought of that? Because I know you got one adjoining county that's looking at it,
Who's that?
Wilson.
Wilson?
I just wondered if that thought had occurred to anybody. And they've been battling with it.
No, they, in fact, they've got an architect and,
They have.
yeah, they might have already approved, or they're at the verge of,
I think they're just starting the process.
really?
I think so.
It was some kind of a thing in the newspaper I
Yeah,
saw. Denise was, presenting.
Reading.
Do we really want to be in partnership with?
Well, if we don't, just a thought. It would be contradictory to other things the Board of Commissioners are doing, I guess, so maybe not.
Well, also,
Get us another.
I believe if we build another one, it would be within a 2 or 3 mile radius of
Where is that?
Nashville.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
whereas
That's that
if we-
idea.
If we did it with another county, it would be on the county
Be on the
line.
fringe somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, any questions on this? If not, I'll let, Donna go through her 5-year capital plan. What we do each year when we ask for budget requests, we ask them to detail their 5-year capital needs. And sometimes items that aren't on here become critical that have never been brought to our attention, but we try to keep up with them, and plan the best we can. So, Donna, if you'll just go through these.
I'll just say, Lee, we've come a long, long way from where some of us on the board started when we had nothing. We dealt with it on an emergency basis only, but I've just been tickled with what's been going on the last 2 or 3 years with this.
Yeah.
It just helps you plan. You know what's out there long term. You know what money you need to be trying to save or prepare to borrow or whatever.
Yeah. Donna's
Can I
worked
ask
out a
you-
good system.
Question that pertains to this, or maybe don't. And talking about water, I from what little bits and pieces I've picked up, what's the plan to get county water all over Nash County? Is there a plan?
There is a plan. It's
To
called the
do it
long range.
Long range, well, is that really the direction we need to be headed in, long range?
And the whole
So
issue-
many people are crying,
Sure.
when we gonna get water, when we gonna get water?
The whole issue is we started way too late to do it much quicker than what we're doing it. Grant funds are not available. It's an enterprise fund. We have to make it pay for itself as we go. Somehow, as soon as we finish this, I actually said at a recent meeting, as soon as we finish where we're at, Northern Nash Water System, where are we going next? I think Jonathan or Mike, I asked that would the Wooten Company start looking at that, so we would start that, so.
But
But it's just not gonna happen real quick, cause we've been trying to start Northern Nash for 8 years. The money, the dollars just don't work.
Everybody's,
They are.
and it's,
I wish we
it's
started
critical
20
to
years early.
economic development if you're gonna develop some of these
It is.
places in rural areas. It's critical.
Yep.
And I, one thing I've told them is, well, they waited 25 years too late to start.
did.
What they did, that's
And-
exactly what
and,
happened.
Yeah, more than
there are counties in,
more than 25 years.
in our state that, okay, we've got a $7 billion tax base that have a $1 or $2 billion tax base that have countywide water.
Yeah, I know.
Because-
Well, Halifax County's a good example.
And North Alabama County has
In-
county,
in
one
the
of the
80s
poorest
and
counties
90s.
in the state. You got countywide water,
They applied for grants and, loans.
but they started early.
And started.
Way back there 20 years or more ago.
Well, Halifax started in 1981, 'cause I happened to be the first project they had, and they never stopped, and now they got 100%, but they had a lot more challenges than we did, running all around that lake up there and everything else, so.
Yeah.
Right now, you know.
Well, we talked about it even when I was working for the county, county water system. And that was way over 25, 30 years ago. We talked about a farmer's market back there when I was working.
What
They
was-
never get it until I got on the board. Now, I'm not taking the credit for it, but when I got on the board, I sure kept it before us.
What was the reason they didn't want to go forward with
Countywide
water?
Water system, too costly, and it was grants, you know. That board, when I was working for the county, that board was almost ultra conservative. We pay as we
So we're
go.
not now, thank you, Mr. Bellfield, I'll take that as a compliment.
But yeah, but the only thing about it, we pay as we go. We're not gonna do nothing if we don't have the money to pay for it right
Pay
away.
as you go is another one.
And what it did, it cost
You don't do that.
a lot more money if they had gone on and borrowed some when they did go, because when they got into it, they couldn't pay as they go. They ended up having to borrow.
Well, right now we have Central Nash, and we've got $9.5 million to begin what we call the Northern Nash water system, and it's only phase 1. So phase 2 will be further out, phase 3 will be further out, and then we can either, they're gonna be separate water systems. They're gonna stand alone. Fixed costs for the department will be divided by the number of users or something, some kind of formula we'll come up with. But eventually, I would say the goal should be that we have countywide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of them won't be here.
Yeah, you got people to pay, when are we gonna get some water, we pay for it? Yeah, I'm sure you get it all the time, more especially between Nashville and Red Oak, that road.
Well, we'll have a load pipe delivered before too many more
I pay for it.
weeks,
when
and
I-
that'll help to get that first load laid out there, if you don't
I
put it
tell
in
them
the
when the
ground.
rest get theirs.
Go ahead, Mr. Lance, we're
Okay.
getting off course.
Donnie, you wanna go?
I got a 3 o'clock
Yeah.
curfew.
Yeah, let's go.
So
Yeah.
what I have is a draft of a 5-year plan, and what we'd like to do is get it into a position where, as we do the ordinance for fiscal year 20, we can also approve our 5-year plan as of, for fiscal year 20 through 24. That doesn't mean that it can't change, but it kind of gives us some guidelines of what we're moving forward and doing. So I have on here projects that are still active that we started prior to fiscal year 19, which is our current year. I have our current year projects that we have in place right now, and then I put on by year kind of an estimate of where, based on conversations with some department heads, what we think we can move forward with, where we can put them. There's some items on here that we don't have dollars associated with, but we know that it's something we need to take a look at. So I would need, I don't know if it's guidance from facilities, commissioners, a combination of both. See if it's something you want to leave on the list. I think we talked about the animal shelter. I have that on the project for 2021, something we look for, not next year, but maybe in 2021. If you feel like you want to move that forward, we can certainly do that. I have a Nashville Senior Center expansion on here. I have the health facility expansion, and that's using the money that we just had from the home health cell, or just received from the home health cell. A project within the magistrate's office, the detention center. Again, I'm not sure what that's
Do
going
they
to
know
take.
about the detention center project? I mean, the magistrates. Did one of y'all describe what we're doing in the magistrate's office?
So basically, over there at the magistrate office, there's So at the magistrate office, right there when you go in the detention facility, there's a door to the left, and basically right now, if the magistrate's in there working, he has to get up, come out, and let someone in that door. He can't see who's outside the door, at the middle of the night if they're knocking, or however that works out. So part of the project is to get some security, allow him a camera that'll help him see who's outside the door. He can buzz people in and out. And the other part is, right now there's a glass window once you get inside where people come in and speak to him. And part of the project is to make that bulletproof and raise it all the way to the ceiling, because right now there's about a 1.5 foot gap between the top of the wall and the ceiling, where again someone could bring a gun, start shooting at him. And it really came up because I guess about a month ago, 2 months ago, one of the state troopers had brought someone in, and they got into a fight inside the office, and the magistrate pretty much felt helpless. There wasn't much he could do, to help or to assist the trooper. He couldn't get out to, help call somebody other than using the phone. So that's kind of where this came from.
And I think the bulletproof will be good, just because when you get somebody domestic violence complainant in there, and sometimes the magistrate won't allow you to swear out a warrant because of the evidence you present to them, and people can get mad, and so I think that'll be really good for them. Go ahead. Thank you.
Manager's office, was it's in the
jail, right when you walk in the entrance of the jail, it's to the left.
Okay. Not in the courthouse.
No.
Why not?
Because when you book them, you carry them straight to jail if you,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't think you wanted in the courthouse.
The magistrate's office. Okay.
It used to be, I think,
It-
Fred. It used to be in there.
Yeah,
But that's
I
when
know,
the
but I
jail
was
was
just
in
thinking about the jail is adjoined to the courthouse, so.
Yeah, I've seen it both ways. Some counties have the magistrate's office in the courthouse. But with the courthouse being more of a 8 to 5 building, it really does make more sense to have it in the jail.
But today I did the jail tour, Mike, you recall, we went in there and got a explanation. Wayne Moore's brother happened to be the magistrate that day, and he was very, very much in want of what we're talking about doing. I'll tell you that, because the incident hadn't been about a month before then. So I think we need to just get that done quick as we can.
Yeah.
Keep them guys reasonably happy.
Have we ordered any of the?
No, haven't
Okay.
ordered anything.
Okay.
Just got a couple quotes so far, that's all.
Okay, and we haven't even budgeted it?
Well, it's in this year.
It's in this,
Next
year.
it's in 2020.
So we haven't done anything in our budget this year?
So these dates are
Tentative.
year end.
This is fiscal year. So really,
I can never keep it straight.
We're in FY 19.
this is our
We're in
current
19
year.
now, okay.
July
Right.
1.
I'm sorry,
Start
it's,
2020.
right,
And then
Okay.
FY 2020 would be 1920.
Got
right.
1920.
19-20, yeah.
I'm sorry, I guess,
2019, 20.
I guess the
1920 go.
I guess the goal of this is to start the conversation
Sure.
and see if there's any projects that we need to add, see if there is, if the commissioners want to move a project up or move it back. And then we can sort of get something in place that the commissioners could approve. So some of the things that we've added on here, and let me start back from the beginning, to expand the parking area for the administrative building area. At some point, we'll probably need to replace the boiler in the administrative building, replace the roof on the admin building, the detention center plumbing, as we talked about earlier today, the sheriff's office elevator rehabilitation, which we have for next year as well, animal shelter, Nashville Senior Center expansion, the health facility expansion, magistrate's office, the detention center, whatever that turns out to be, juvenile probation office space, moving that location. We have to, with the high-speed internet, we currently are in the pilot project, and we're hoping that that works out, and we'll have the next phase of that. I have that for 2020. We have put on here electronic timesheets for the county. There's no cost with that right now. We don't have a year, but hopefully within the next 2 years we can move forward with something on that. The radio project, the public safety radio project, which it's already active. The CAD's records management upgrade, we're doing that this current year. Miracle Park, that's in process. Miracle Park bathrooms, that doesn't have a cost at this point. I've added it on here, but it's something that needs to take place. Spring Hope tennis court, resurfacing, something that Thomas has brought forward. We have the T hangers, at the airport. Again, there's no cost on that right now.
That one will go away based on what's been done by the state.
Okay, the T hangers?
Right.
What do you mean, go away? Why would that go away?
I just don't see us ever, what were you gonna do for $150,000?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why that's in
I don't know what that is.
Okay,
Just T hangers.
okay.
He says are you talking about he might have some grants for T hangers or?
Well, they already got 20 T-hangers they're building.
Yeah.
And it's out to bid now. That's what a state grant they got.
That's a different grant than the runway
It's
project,
a different grant, and
It's
it
not on our-
wasn't a matching grant,
and it's not on our property. Okay.
but it's actually, a week ago, it showed up on the projects out to bid. We talked about that at Gateway that day.
I know we've talked about it, but I didn't know that
But
they
this,
had
what we
actually
were
gone
trying to
through.
do with T-hangers, I think was 1.5 million. I think
Oh,
we're
okay.
missing a zero, and I actually think it can go away.
Okay, well, that's,
Okay.
and then we have the runway construction. We have that currently budgeted this year. I know it'll run over into next year, but we have the full amount budgeted this year. The debris removal, project that we have, Elm Street Stormwater, that dollar amount will change. It's mostly that's CDBG money. Our Middlesex Shell Building, the Middlesex Water Sewer Road Project, the Middlesex Tank and Water Loop Project, the Farmers Market Parking Lot Expansion, and then the Northern Nash Elementary School, and the early college is still on here, but that was just in the current year. And that's with total general fund projects, and I'm not sure if I've missed anything that the commissioners are interested in, putting on a 5-year plan, or,
We had said with the Middlesex Shell Building that the next Shell Building might be at the Whitaker's Park. Do we need to put that on our plan out there somewhere? The next Shell Building?
Wouldn't be a bad idea with us going all the way to 24.
okay.
And the other thing I want to mention was the Coopers, the Miracle Park at Coopers. Should we put phase 2 on there somewhere,
I think we should.
including the lights? See, I didn't mention that as quick as you thought I would. And also, you might put on here somewhere the convenience center in District 5, and I'll keep looking for a site. Is it on here?
Actually, that's in the solid waste area.
Okay,
I
great.
have that in,
Down at the bottom.
Gotcha, I see it.
I just broke them apart as far as water and
Okay.
solid waste.
Great.
So Miracle Park Phase 2 with
Right.
lights, and would the bathrooms come prior to that?
Good,
Yes.
yeah.
That's
Okay.
a separate, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
I just keep it on there for visibility.
Sure.
okay.
Would we think that that Shell building would be at the Whitaker's Park, or, I guess it would depend on how
Just a
things
matter
go at
of How it
Middlesex.
goes with the one we got. I don't see us putting another one there until we get the infrastructure in.
I
but
agree.
If we get somebody in that building, I would certainly
I
push
think we
it.
need
We to
to
put
build
another one
another right
over there.
behind it, yeah.
Absolutely.
In
At
middle.
one of those two locations,
we
whichever
get
was the best fit.
somebody-
Well, I
in that
wouldn't mind us considering a little ways from now, both of them, as part of our aggressive.
Well, maybe be aggressive and put it on the list and keep it visible to
We
us.
only have one lot left at Whitaker's, right?
We got two,
Two. Okay.
one across us. We got the big tract over there by the water tank, and then we got one left in the real Whitaker's Park.
I just got great hopes for Middlesex because of its proximity to Raleigh.
No reason why we shouldn't have.
Have you heard that Zebulon or Wake County's build one right across the line, an industrial park? I heard
have
this
not
week.
heard that.
I heard this week that,
They got a lot of housing projects going in up there. New construction. But I hadn't heard of industrial park.
The other thing, Donna, while it's on my mind, we always struggle with TDA funding, and we're pulling 75,000 a year, and we kind of struggle justifying that. Could we not tag that money for that, parking addition I think it would be something that would sell real well to use it for parking addition at the, farmer's market.
Right. And I consider some of that with our inducements as well that we have,
Okay.
but I will.
Need to remind me that won't get asked the question
Okay,
that's
I
made in,
will.
but somebody will ask it again.
Right, but I did put on here economic development with the farmer's market parking. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could actually do that with TDA money,
Okay,
and it will be well accepted.
okay.
I'm not sure we have the land to do that,
We don't.
and so we'd have to acquire additional land, and
Well, actually,
with Bernie not pushing it so much anymore,
But he left me instructions to push it.
well, actually, in my meetings with, Michael recently, he has got a
Goodman.
piece. Yeah, he's got a piece he wants us to do it on.
oh, okay, good.
And I think he's willing, if we put it there, that we've got the land, not in stone, but certainly indicated that he would
Joint use.
joint use, yes. And I think that would be good, because most of that stuff happens after our Saturday morning and Wednesday morning, whenever it is, Tuesday morning, whatever
Yeah.
we're doing that.
Do we have any signage at the farmer's market to tell us it's the farmer's market?
We do.
It's a
What-
sign
what
on the
does
building
it
that says
say?
farmer's market.
Should the signage be considered for update to say something like Nash County Farmer's Market at the mills
Well, it should already
with our
have,
logo on it?
Actually, it doesn't mention Rocky Mount, the old name,
No,
it
it
just says farmer's market.
Yeah, I know they just use it, Rocky Mountain on the TV and other places, but should it say Nash County Farmer's Market at the mills
I thought there was a sign out there, it's not.
with our logo on it? Like we've got
I
it,
don't know if we got one yet.
at TDA, something like that, the logo.
Yeah.
I think we need to push that logo.
Maybe a sign like the TDA, the tourist.
Yeah, we worked a long time on that logo,
If we
that's
can,
a good
if we
looking
can get that
sign.
logo and keep pushing it, maybe when the school system converts to just Nash County, they'll pick up on that logo as well. Possibly.
I do.
Great. Yeah, I'll check into a sign at the farmer's market.
At the parking lot, you're talking about property across the street from the farmer's market.
I'm not sure which piece they're talking about it is. It's across the street, yeah. But then there's a lot that's not gonna be built on the corner of Elm and Peachtree. That is used by the farmer. People park over there.
But that's the one across the street, isn't it?
No, that's on the same side as the farmer's market down towards Elm.
Right.
But I think the one that he's talking about is, there's a lot right across the street,
Right.
which means
It seems
people
like
have to
that
walk
would be-
across the
And
street.
that is,
That would be a better site,
which one?
the one across the street.
Well, the only concern there, Fred, is those cars are not running 35 mile an hour
Need a
like that.
crosswalk.
Yeah, you
We
need a cross,
gotta
well, you
do
do,
something.
you do need a crosswalk.
Gotta
I
do
know.
something to make it a little safer than it is. I've
You could
seen, not a
possibly
near
put
miss, but
those, cushioned speed bumps like they've got around the mill area.
you can do some stuff like that, work with the city and do that.
Yeah. We'll look into both the sign and the parking, lot. Anything else? We are, actively looking at, working with the sheriff's department to make improvements at the detention center. We don't have a figure yet, but, for the last month or two, staff and commissioners have been looking at the situation, and we're gonna try to do what we can to update the jail.
I'd like, if you would, put it on your list, to get a visit to the new Wayne County Jail for us just to go look at. If it be the commissioners, if it be the sheriff committee, whatever you want it to be. But I would really like to go down there and see that facility,
Yeah, I would too.
since it's brand new. Same people built it that did our courthouse edition.
Yeah, if y'all don't know, Wayne County just built a courthouse that is 211 inmates,
A jail.
A jail, I'm sorry, a
Detention
jail.
center.
About $10 million. They had 65 employees in their old facility. They've gone to a dormitory facility, I guess one of those where you have 40 people in a pod.
Well, that's what we don't know.
And they've cut their staff down to 32. So they cut their staff in half by going to a dormitory type system. Now, they probably also have single cell.
Well, we really don't know what,
Yeah.
they call it a dormitory facility, but I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's the reason I like
We
to
can do
see
that.
it.
We can go look at it.
It'd be good for us to just see what we have got as we work into this, of course.
But we will
Jonathan and his
continue,
staff need to go as well.
as y'all have done for the last few months, we will continue to look at how we can improve that facility. We started with the plumbing project that you approved earlier today, and we'll continue to research the pod concept and
Will
other.
you leave here with a go ahead on the magistrate as well, correct? Okay, all right.
Yeah. Anything else on the 5-year capital plan?
What I would like to do is work with Jonathan and Mike and Patsy, and then we'll get back and actually have the commissioners approve it
Sure.
for this year,
During budget,
during budget.
like, that's great.
So if you think of anything else that you'd like to add, other than Whitaker's Park Shell Building, the Miracle Park Phase 2 with the lights, and then just identify the farmer's market parking with TDA funds. Let me
There's
know.
something else, but it won't come up right this minute.
Signage at farmers,
Signage at the farmer's market.
should not be too expensive.
The final thing is the request by the sheriff's office to accept funds from Trillium. It's coming from the state or federal government, I'm not sure, but they would hire a social worker, be assigned to the jail. They would deal with people with substance abuse, and then when they leave the jail, they would try to get them placed in programs that can help them with their issues. Part of that, we've asked, the jail sheriff's committee met and wanted, here it is.
Let me just
Go ahead, you
speak
take
to that. The jail committee got assigned this project to decide exactly what to do with this grant money. We met, which of course, to remind you, is Commissioner Outlaw, Commissioner Richardson, and myself. And we spent probably 2 months, almost too long, studying this thing and trying to decide the best way to go about it. And at our last meeting, which was about a week and a half ago, we decided how we wanted to tackle it, and that's on the back of the sheet. If you look on the back of that sheet, that's the stipulations that we sent back to the, what stipulation we gave the manager, who in turn, where we're operating, I just remind us again, when he gets an item that he and the sheriff don't agree on, he calls the sheriff committee in, we discuss it, we tell him how the sheriff committee feels, then he works back with the sheriff, and then at our next meeting, we report to the full board of commissioners what we're doing. And that's basically what we're doing today, is telling you this is what we recommended that he do with this grant money, if you want to read what's on the back of that page. And then I'm gonna let Mr. Lamb take over.
Yeah. Well, as you're reading, I'll read along. Our first concern was that a social worker should be either, and in some counties this is how it would be done, would be under the health department, someone who supervises social workers, and but the sheriff has insisted that this person be a jail employee. So we recommended that at least they go through NeoGov, which they normally don't do in hiring jailers and deputies, to try to get a good applicant pool for that social worker position. The committee suggested that we have a interviewing and selection team. You can see what I recommended to the sheriff there. We want this person to also be involved in CARE, the Recovery Alliance Center, and the HOPE Initiative. Want ongoing coordination with Trillium, and we want a job description to be developed prior to posting of the position. We also want the chosen candidate to sign an acknowledgement that the position is a temporary 24-month full-time position, grant-funded 100% with no guarantee of future funding. So this is one of these 2-year grants, all funded by grant money, but what happens the third year is uncertain. Now, if it's ends up being the best program, working well, it'll be up to the Board of Commissioners in 2 years to decide if they want to continue funding it with county dollars.
Did the sheriff agree to doing it this way?
I've gotten, you can see from Brandon, he thanked me. I've heard, not directly from the sheriff, but I've heard, well, I did hear from the sheriff, he may already have somebody in mind. And so he does kind of object to the selection process. But Brandon didn't indicate that, but I've heard through that grapevine that he's got somebody that he has already found, and which would make the second bullet point a problem.
I'll just say the sheriff's committee felt very strongly about that item. We feel like we've got an HR department, and if we can entice the sheriff in his hiring to utilize that more than he does, I just think he's gonna be much better off in the end. The committee thinks that, and the management staff thinks that. Particularly with some of these hard-to-fill positions, there's just numerous other revenues of what our HR department's gonna do. Of course, again, we can only attempt to get him to move more in that direction. We can't require much of him.
Well, that's the way it's been for years.
No,
That-
he does all his hiring on his own.
No, I'm talking about here in Nash County, the health department furnished a nurse that worked at jail.
Well, that's true, that's true.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
They used to.
It's been going on for years, and he won't take another route, apparently.
Actually, this isn't about the inmate health.
With
thing.
social worker and health.
Yeah, in the last, say, 10 years, I don't believe we've had health department employees as the nurses in the jail. We've had Southern.
I know when Sheriff Grimes was in there, he used them. I know he used them. He told me that's what he was doing.
Yeah, but this really isn't about the health care. We still have a contract with Southern healthcare providers. They do a lot of jail work. We're looking at alternatives to that, but we're not ready to move on that quite yet. We did talk about a couple of those home health nurses taking over that role as a nurse in the jail, but that's just in the discussion stage. But this is actually a different position altogether. This is dealing with
strictly social.
Dealing with drug problems. It's the Vitrol or whatever, program, where they give somebody a shot, and for a month, it's like antabuse. They supposedly don't want drugs. And they start it when they're in the jail, and then this person will be a navigator that will follow them once they get out of jail to help provide them support in the community for, recovery.
When we looked at it as a committee, we just didn't get a good feeling that this position was a full-time position with the number of applicants that we had seen we had done in the last couple of years' test program. We felt like there were more duties that could be performed with this individual, and that's why we've listed some other responsibilities that they could sure be involved in.
Will the grant money allow them to take on other duties?
Yes, so we run it through Trillium. The money comes through Trillium. So they are absolutely on board with that part of it.
Yeah, all these different programs that are listed, deal with the subject matter of the grant.
As Lee pointed out, when he communicated back to, the, chief deputy, he seemed to be fine with it. According to the emails we got back, did any commissioner hear from the sheriff directly? I know one did, but anybody else?
I didn't.
Okay.
I think the process seems clear enough.
Yep.
Okay, then I would ask the board to, approve the sheriff's, the jail/sheriff's department, putting in the necessary paperwork for approval of this grant.
You want that as a motion? What I need then is a motion, for an individual, so we can vote on it, that we would, move forward with this grant under the, outline that's on the back of this piece of paper here.
So is applying for a grant, or does he already have the grant?
It's money.
He really thinks he got it.
Yeah, it's money available, and I don't know who in Raleigh, or I don't know if it's Dave Peterson, or I don't know if it's because we have already had a trial run of Vivitrol, but the state apparently and Trillium wants us to get this grant.
Would it be a good idea for you to sit down with the sheriff and make sure he understands what we are proposing here, and then if there are any issues, then maybe you could pull the committee back in and we could discuss it? I just hate to go ahead and approve something without him knowing exactly that.
Well,
and accepting it.
Well, I have got nothing.
I mean, that's,
good. I would rather you just.
I think we're gonna make the motion to prove that they apply for the grant under the conditions. I mean, don't lose the grant money because we're sitting around here thinking about the thing. Just go and do it.
Yeah,
and if you got a problem with that, then work it out.
Yeah, we'll work it out. Yeah, I will do that. If he.
My only concern is I don't want it to appear that we're trying to shove something down his throat that he has some concerns about. I think you need to talk through those concerns in advance. I don't think we're gonna lose the grant if we take a couple of days to do that, and we've still got time if we need to sit down as a group and try to help him better understand. Let him know that we are all in agreement with this proposal.
Yeah, I'll do that, and.
Do you need a motion to accept it?
Yes, I need
I
to
make a motion to accept the grant.
have a motion on
Second. Second.
have a motion
With,
by,
with the stipulations of the things on the back.
okay.
With what stipulation would that be, Mary?
These right here.
The ones on the back. I have a motion on the floor to move forward with the grant with these stipulations, and a second by Commissioner Belfield. Any more discussion or questions on that motion?
I just do hope that there'll be a discussion with the
Yeah.
sheriff, not an email, not a phone call,
I'll
but
meet with him.
face to face.
Any other comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda was a closed session that, one item we took care of yesterday. Is there any other item by the attorney or the manager?
No, we put that on there just in case something came up.
All right, any other comments from commissioners? Staff?
I think we need to get staff in here.
Always. Entertain a motion, to, adjourn.
So moved.
Have a motion? Have 6 seconds. All in favor say aye. All opposed by like sign. Stand adjourned.